You're good. All right. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. If you've been coming in and you've got some mud on your vehicles, you can make your way to the water truck just north of the mechanical room for rinsing that off if you could. That would be greatly appreciated. So again, if you've got some mud stuck to you, head on over to the water truck north of the mechanical area there and get that rinsed off. Thank you. Just a reminder to any racers coming in, if you've got some mud on your vehicles at all, you can make your way to the water truck just north of the mechanical building to get that rinsed off. So yeah, if you've run into a bit of mud on your way in here, you can make your way there and get that cleaned up. We'd really appreciate it. Thank you. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. It looks like it's going to be at least an hour before we are ready to get going today, so you've got that time. If you are feeling hungry, you can head on over to Hector's Grub Hub, grab yourself a bite to eat. They do have a special today. It's pulled pork on a bun with potato salad and coleslaw. You want to head over there and grab that. The souvenir shop is open as well. We've got all of our 60th anniversary gear there, and you're going to want to grab that because our next race is the feature weekend, and obviously we're thinking it's going to go very, very fast that day. So if you want some of our sweet gear without any of the hassle or any of the crowds, you can make your way on over to the souvenir shop and pick up some of the really cool 60th anniversary stuff that we have there today. Again, we're going to thank the Last Mountain Berry Farms for sponsoring our free Spectator Day today. Hope to have a full set of stands once we go to action. All right, thank you. So yeah, you've got about an hour. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. If you are going and rinsing your vehicle off, we do appreciate it. We just ask that you stay on the road until you get back to your pit spot there. If you go and rinse and then driving through the pits, we're getting a fair bit of mud in there. So once you've rinsed off, just take the roads and then grab your pit spot that way. Thank you. Just a reminder, if you're coming in, racers, and you've got some mud on your trailer or on your vehicle, you can head on over to the water truck just north of the mechanical building, rinse her off. We just ask you please use the roads to return to your pit spot, please, so we don't get any mud in our pit area. Also, if you are feeling hungry, you can head on over to Hector's Grub Hub. Today they've got pulled pork on a bun with potato salad and coleslaw on special today, so you'll want to head over there and grab some of their delicious food. As well, spectators, make sure you have an orange ticket. If you don't have an orange ticket when you got in, please make your way to the souvenir booth and grab yourself some of our cool 60th anniversary swag that is there as well. Again, you're going to want to pick that up before the feature weekend, because the feature weekend is going to be a fast weekend and it's all going to sell. So if you want some of our cool 60th anniversary gear, make your way there right now. And again, we want to thank the Last Mountain Berry Farm for sponsoring Free Spectator Day today. Looking forward to having a full set of stands once we go to action. Just a reminder to our racers as well, if you're still coming in, if you've got some mud on your vehicle or on your trailer, you can make your way to the water truck and rinse that off, please. And then we just ask that you stick to the roads that are back there until you get to your pit stall, please. We deeply and greatly appreciate it. As well, we want to thank our spectators who've joined us here this morning. We're still doing a bit of track prep, as you can see, so we're working on that. If you need something to do, though, you can head on over to the souvenir booth just to your right as you face the track. If you look to the right, there's our building there, and you can find some souvenirs there. You can find food there, and also back that direction a little bit further is our playground. So if you need to go stretch your legs, get some energy out, there is some swings and stuff there for you. Go check that out. It's going to be a little bit yet. We're just doing some prep. The rain kind of put us behind, but it's great to see you all out here. So again, if you're needing some souvenirs, you can head on over to the souvenir shop in that building to your right. There's also food there from Hector's Grub Hub. It is the best food you can have at a racetrack. They've got a pulled pork on a bun with potato salad and coleslaw as their special today. Again, we want to thank all of our spectators for joining us for Free Spectator Day, brought to you by Last Mountain Berry Farm. I'll be back in a bit, but yeah, just getting some more prep done. Good morning once again. I think almost everyone is here, but if you have come in as a racer and you've got some mud on your trailer or on your vehicle, please do head on over to the water truck just north of the mechanical building. Rinse that off, and then please do take the roads back to your pit area, please. We'd greatly appreciate it. We want to welcome everyone, of course, to our free Spectator Day, sponsored by the Last Mountain Berry Farm. Thank you for coming out today. You should have an orange ticket. And if you did not get an orange ticket, you can make your way over to the souvenir booth. It's just a building to your right. If you're sitting in the grandstands, and grab yourself an orange ticket, you're going to need that for later today, because if I'm not mistaken, there are some prizes coming your way. So if you don't have an orange ticket, you can make your way over to the souvenir building and grab it. As well, if you want one of our amazing 60th anniversary SIR calendars, you can head on over there too. There's photos from all throughout the 60 years of SIR, from the very beginning till very, very recently. You want to grab one of those. And of course, all of our 60th anniversary t-shirts, hoodies, hats. I saw bandanas in there earlier. You can go and grab those today. I know that the feature race is coming up in August, and everyone wants to buy souvenirs then, but it will certainly be sold out by then, potentially, so you're going to want to get there today. Again, we're just in the process of some track preparation here, folks. Just as a shout out to you all, I'll let you know when we're a little bit closer to start time here, but we're making progress. We're making progress. The rain really set everything back, obviously, this morning, and the staff has been working super hard to get this track turned around so we can go racing. So we do appreciate your patience as we get ready to get going here today. And again, if you are feeling hungry, you can head on over to Hector's Grub Hub. They've got pulled pork on a bun with potato salad and coleslaw on special today. I'll be back in a little bit to let you know more about when and things will get to happening. So we've got that golf cart running up and down the quarter mile right now. It's pulling a tank of what is called traction compound. You might be able to smell it from the stands, but if you're up close to it, you certainly can. And it smells like old school model glue. So if you ever built models as a kid, or you're helping your kids build models themselves, that's kind of what it smells like. Now, the purpose of that is to give our racers the best surface possible for racing on. So it's very, very sticky. If you've ever spilt Coke on your linoleum floor in the kitchen, for example, and you've let it dry for some reason, and then you've stepped in it, it's that same sort of feeling. It's a very sticky thing that we got going on. So we're going to do a couple passes with the go-kart with the traction compound, and then we'll kind of get a sense of where we're at, and then we'll go from there.
Okay, guys, attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Okay, we're about a few minutes away from calling you guys. So I'm just going over it, how it's going to work today, because we are behind because of the rain. So everybody gets the first test hit. I'm calling you guys up by class. Then I am going right into eliminations from the rainout race from a month ago. I will not be calling any testers till I get later in the rounds. When I do call the testers later in the rounds of the first rainout race, it's only going to be the guys that paid for testing. That's it, because the rest of you guys are going to get your 2 hits before the next race, and I don't want to be bogged down with all these guys wanting to get test hits, because we got to try to get both events in today. So once again, everybody's going to get the first test hit before we go into the race. So I'll be calling you up by classes. Then we're going into eliminations, like I said. Then I'll be calling testers later in the rounds of the rainout race. And it's only for the guys that paid for testing today. Then we'll take a quick break once we're done the first rainout race. And then everybody's going to get 2 qualifiers, and we're going to be going into the rod race. And then testers are going to be normally after Super Pro. So once we start the second race, everyone's getting 2 qualifying hits, and then we're going into eliminations, and testers will be in every round right after Super Pro. I please urge, when we do call testers in that first rainout race, that it's only the guys that paid for testing today, just so we can get everybody through today. Anybody that's licensing, when you're ready to license, come up to lane 1, and we'll run you at the end of the class and try to get your license up today. So that's how it's going to be. Thank you.
Can I get all SIR staff to their positions, please? I'm going to be calling all SIR staff to their positions, please. Ladders for the rainout race are posted as well. Those are down at the tech shed. That is, the ladders for the rainout race are now posted down at the tech shed. So if you want to go and check who your opponent is, that would be great. And again, all SIR staff to their positions, please. Just a reminder to all of our racers that the ladders for the rainout race are now posted on the tech shed if you want to go check those out. That is the ladder for the rainout race is posted on the tech shed. Again, we want to thank all of our spectators for being patient with us here this morning. We've got a few things to work out yet a little bit. Again, if you are feeling hungry, Hector's Grub Hub is open. You can grab yourself some food from there. They've got pulled pork on a bun with potato salad and coleslaw. Spectators, make sure you have an orange ticket. You're going to want that later on today. If you don't have an orange ticket, you can head on over to the souvenir booth and get one of those. As well, if you want some of our super cool 60th anniversary SIR swag, you can head over to the souvenir booth as well. They've got t-shirts, they've got hoodies, all colors, all sizes, all over the dial. You're going to want to grab some of those. And, of course, we need to thank the Last Mountain Berry Farm for sponsoring today's free spectator race. We appreciate each and every one of you for coming out to check it out. We're just going through some trials with the timing system here. And for all the kids in the audience, we're going to have to ask you to do something very important for us here. So in a bit, we're going to start calling cars, and you're going to start seeing them go 2 by 2. And what I need you to do is to pick your favorite. I need you to pick your favorite in the time trial, and I need for you to watch that car for the rest of the day. So you can pick a few of them. You can pick a few of them, take some photos, and then get your parents to post photos of your favorite to our Saskatchewan International Raceway Facebook page or Instagram account. So that's for all the kids out there today. Once we get to action, once you start seeing the cars coming, pick your favorites, take some photos, share them. Have a great day here at the drag strip. Again, we're just working through a few more things here. I'm going to send some more of our traction compound down the track here. It smells like model glue, believe it or not. And it's super duper sticky, and it'll help all of our cars run nice and fast and nice and straight today. So again, we appreciate your patience. I know it is blazing hot out there already. We're just making sure the track is ready to go so that when we do get to action, it is the best action possible. We thank each and every one of you for being out here today. And I will be with you again in a few moments. Hey, attention, attention. We have a Saskatchewan Health Services health card up here, so check your wallets. Make sure you're not missing it. You can come grab it from the tower here, so check your wallets. We've got a Saskatchewan Health Services health card here that you might want back. So check your wallets. Make sure it's not yours. If you're missing yours, come on up to the tower and claim it, please. So yeah, that's that Sask health card. Just doing a little bit more checking on the track here, folks, before we get ready to rock and roll. Again, we appreciate you hanging out with us here today. It's going to be a scorcher, but it's been too long since we've had a hot day, so we're looking forward to that. Again, we got to thank all of the staff who've been here for quite a while already today, putting in just monsters amount of work getting this track ready to go. So we want to thank all of the staff. You can see them walking all over the track. They're on go-karts. They're on everything. So we want to thank them for being with us today. Of course, we got to thank all of our sponsors, especially the Last Mountain Berry Farm. They are spreading the joy. You can find out more about them at www.lmbf.com. They sponsored our scrubber, but also... Okay, we're calling pro to staging lanes 5 and 6, please. That is pro to staging lanes 5 and 6, please. That is pro to staging lanes 5 and 6. As I was saying, we want to thank the Last Mountain Berry Farm for sponsoring our free Spectator Day today. You can find out more about them and their products at lmbf.com. As well, you see that cart down by the starting line there from Rod's Custom Carts. They're electric carts built for Saskatchewan lake life, golf, and agriculture. Find out more about them at rodscustomcarts.ca or visit them in person, 2631 Faithful Avenue. As well as Rod's Custom Carts, we got to thank Rod's Hot Rods. They've got hot rods, they've got customs, they've got sales. rodshotrods.ca, 2623A Faithful Avenue. As well, you see all the generators and lights on the far side of the track from the spectator area there. We're going to thank United Rentals for those. That's unitedrentals.com. They are connecting the work site. You can find out more about them at 4010 Thatcher Avenue. As well, we're going to thank our lane sponsors here. The right lane is sponsored by Tiger Automotive. They're your one-stop shop for all your vehicle needs. You can find them at tigerautomotive.com, 286 Venture Crescent. And sponsoring the left-hand lane is VP Fuels when it matters most. Find out more about their products and services at vpracingfuels.com. We also got to thank Flamin Trailers. They're building their business one relationship at a time. You can find out more at flamin.com. And so we want to thank Butler Buyers. Welcome to Insurance Made Easy. www.butlerbuyers.com or visit them in person. 301 4th Avenue North, 3929 8th Street East. As well, we are calling pro to staging lanes 5 and 6, please. Pro to staging lanes 5 and 6. Also got to thank Q-Line Trucking. They are moving the world. QLineTrucking.com, 101 Wirtz Avenue, Corman Industrial Park. Performance Plus, innovative performance upgrades. Find out more at performanceplus.com or visit their shop, 416 22nd Street West. Also, we want to thank Audio Warehouse here, your home audio specialist, 60 years of sound here in Saskatoon. Find them, audiowarehouse.ca. As well, you've seen it running up and down the track, our orange Kubota here. You can find out more about them at KubotaSaskatoon.com, 34 Capitol Circle. Again, we're calling pro to staging lanes 5 and 6, please. Pro to staging lanes 5 and 6. We also got to thank Medivy Ambulance for being with us today, sharing the paramedics with us, making sure that they've got our back here at the track. So we want to thank Medivy for joining us. Globe Printers as well, making clients look good since 1973, www.globesask.com. 217 Jessup Avenue right here in Saskatoon. Also, our sponsor, OK Tire. We're more than tires. We're a one-stop shop. OKTire.com. And for those from the southern part of the province, Queen City Performance. They carry a wide range of performance, racing, hot rod, and custom parts and services. QueenCityPerformance.ca, 1414A Lawrence Street, down in Regina. Of course, SGI, we want to thank them. They want to remind you to take care out there, sgi.sk.ca. The Great Western Brewing Company, they've got the highest quality beers in Western Canada, brewed with dedication and heart. We sell them proudly in our beer gardens, and if you want to help the track out, if you get a receipt for some Great West product, leave it with the beer garden. That helps us with our sponsorship with them. And again, we want to thank the Mackenzie Auto Group for sponsoring our beer garden today. We really appreciate it. You can go grab yourself a clean, crisp, cool, refreshing, responsible adult beverage from the Mackenzie Auto Group beer gardens. And again, we are calling pro to staging lanes 5 and 6, please. That's pro to staging lanes 5 and 6. If you are the owner of a missing health card, if you've checked your wallet and your Saskatchewan Health Services card is not with you, you might want to come up to the tower and grab it. I've got it sitting here with me. So if you're missing your Saskatchewan Health Services card, please do make your way up to the tower and come and claim it. Just a reminder to everybody, as you're coming into the staging lanes, just give those wheel wells and bumpers a bit of a hit with the base of your hand just to knock any rocks or gravel that maybe has decided to tag along with you there. If you wouldn't mind doing that, we'd greatly appreciate it. Helps keep the starting line nice and clean for our first round of time trials here. And again, we want to thank all of our spectators. It's nice to see all of you out in the stands today. Appreciate you all hanging in with us, being patient to get our day going. The rain really messed things up, as it so often does here in Saskatchewan. Again, we're just calling pro to staging lanes 5 and 6, please. That's pro to staging lanes 5 and 6. And if you are missing a Saskatchewan Health Services card, please come find it and claim it from here in the tower. All right, our first round of time trials is getting set to go. We have kicked the tires. We have lit the fires. Thank you again for hanging in with us today. Our first pair coming to the line right away. You'll hear from me a little bit during time trials, but you'll definitely hear more from me during eliminations. Again, thank you to all our spectators hanging out with us. Make sure you stay hydrated. Make sure you keep your sunscreen on. It's a toasty one out there today, so we're doing time trials right now. We're getting a sense of what the track's going to hold. Everyone's going to work on their dial-in time. We'll explain more of that as we get into it. But for right now, we're going to enjoy some time trials. And as I was saying, you're going to want to pick your favorite cars as you see them come up through the staging lanes and into the race lanes. Keep track of how they do throughout the day. We're going one round of time trials, and then we're going to be finishing up. All right, our first pair is ready to go. The Beaumont and the pickup truck. Can we get Pro to staging lanes 5 and 6, please? That is Super Pro to staging lanes 5 and 6. Super Pro to staging lanes 5 and 6, please. Can we get Super Pro to staging lanes 5 and 6, please? That is Super Pro to staging lanes 5 and 6, please. Call in Super Pro to staging lanes 5 and 6, please. That is Super Pro to staging lanes 5 and 6. Call in Super Pro to staging lanes 5 and 6, please. Super Pro, staging lanes 5 and 6. All right, looks like we got one of our vehicles who's licensing here today. We'll see if this one's a full pull. Most of the time for licensing, you got to run a certain distance of the track, a certain amount of times, a certain distance, just to prove you have control of the vehicle. So for on our licensing pass, that's what we're going to be doing. All right, folks, the next class of cars coming up for time trials is our Super Pro division. This is home to the fastest cars. For the most part on our premises today, this is the Super Pro time trials. They're going to get one hit, and then we'll be into eliminations a little bit later on this afternoon. And so this is the Super Pro. We're going to call testers to 1 and 2, please. That is testers to lanes 1 and 2, please. Testers to lanes 1 and 2. Testers to 1 and 2, please. That is testers to staging lanes 1 and 2. looking for testers in staging lanes 1 and 2, please. That is testers in staging lanes 1 and 2. You're calling testers to staging lanes 1 and 2, please. Testers to staging lanes 1 and 2. That's only the guys who paid for testing. So again, if you paid for testing, please make your way to staging lanes 1 and 2, please. Can we get sportsmen to staging lanes 5 and 6, please? That's sportsmen to staging lanes 5 and 6, please. Sportsmen 5 and 6. Going to call Sportsman to staging lanes 5 and 6, please. As Sportsman to staging lanes 5 and 6. We get Sportsman to staging lanes 5 and 6, please. As Sportsman to staging lanes 5 and 6. If you're out there looking for earplugs, the souvenir shop certainly does have some available for sale. You can find it in the building there. Off to the right of the grandstands as you're looking at the track. If you're need some ear protection for yourself or for your little ones, might make your way to the souvenir shop, grab some. It does get pretty noisy, even though we're outdoors here. So if you need some ear protection, you can make your way over to the souvenir shop and grab some. And as it's about noon hour, if you're feeling hungry, you can make your way on over to Hector's Grub Hub at the concession there. They've got a pulled pork on a bun with potato salad and coleslaw on special today. It is the best food you can have at a racetrack. Absolutely. So you can head on over there. Spectators, make sure you've got an orange ticket. If you don't have an orange ticket, you should have gotten one when you arrived. If you don't have an orange ticket, please do make your way to the souvenir booth. You're going to want one for later on today. And we need to thank Last Mountain Berry Farm for sponsoring our free Spectator Day today. I think they've got some prizes and stuff too coming out later as well. So thanks again to Last Mountain Berry Farm for sponsoring Free Spectator Day. And again, thank you to all of our spectators who have joined us here today. We know it's hot and it took a bit to go, but we are going now. So thank you all for your patience. We hope you have a great day here at SIR. Just be a moment, folks. We just got to check the starting line out there a little bit. We do appreciate your patience. Again, if you're needing ear protection, you can make your way on over to the souvenir shop and grab some. The beer gardens are open, sponsored by the Mackenzie Auto Group. They're selling Great West product. If you buy some Great West product, you can leave your receipt with them down at the beer gardens, and that goes to help out the track. So we appreciate that. And as well, it is around lunchtime, so if you're feeling hungry, Hector's Grub Hub is the ticket. Pulled pork on a bun with potato salad and coleslaw. And spectators, make sure you've got your orange ticket, and if you don't, make your way on over to the souvenir booth. We just got to check some stuff at the starting line here, but hopefully we'll be back to it shortly. Again, we appreciate your patience as we make sure everything's ready to go for our next batch of competitors. The class we'll be seeing next is our sportsman division, I think, after our last set of testers here. Just a reminder from the tower here, please do come up with your calls. We're behind. We've got spectators here. We want to make sure that they get the best bang and best experience possible. It is a long race today, so we do ask that when we call your class that you please do come up at that time. We're calling Junior Street to staging lanes 1 and 2, please. As Junior Street to staging lanes 1 and 2, please. Calling Junior Street to staging lanes 1 and 2, please. As Junior Street to staging lanes 1 and 2. Now, please, again, just a reminder, please do call when we call your class. We are behind. We've got a bunch of spectators here. We want to make it as good a day as possible, so please do come when we call you by class as Junior Street to staging lanes 1 and 2. All right, folks, we're moving into our sportsman division time trials here. I like this class. There's a bunch of hot rods of varying degrees from, wild to super wild, and also body styles all over the place. We got some muscle cars. We got some imports. I think I saw an electric back there as well. And we've got one really spectacular cab over Ford Econoline from the 1960s. So the sportsman division, one of my favorites here at SIA. Well, we've got a moment here, folks. We're going to thank some of our fine sponsors here at SIR. We really appreciate them being here for us. So we got to thank YXE Jeep and Ram Center of Saskatoon, North Country Customs, the North Country Customs Heavy Duty Division, Saskatoon Truck Center, Continental Auto Body and Restoration, Laser Auto Body of Saskatoon, ABS Competition Enterprises of Regina, Amigos Auto Wrecking of Clavette, Audio Warehouse of Saskatoon, BBJ 5-Star Service, ECU Works, Extreme Transmission of Saskatoon, Hardcore Performance Specialties of Saskatoon, Hub Automatic Transmission from here in Saskatoon, Impact Diesel Performance, Kelvin's Wheel, Lesco Distributors of Edmonton, Performance Plus of Saskatoon, Precision Performance of Edmonton, Precise Engines, Queen City Performance, Randy's Diesel Repair, RPM of Saskatoon, RWH Motorsports, Saskatoon Co-op on Avenue C, Superior Diesel Services, Thane's Big T Auto Repair, and Tiger Automotive. As well, we need to thank Full Line Ag of Saskatoon, Unified Auto Parts Napa, and Sask Auto Lift. Just a call out to our racers while you're waiting, please do make sure you get the water and mud out from underneath the wheel wells and bumpers here. It's been obviously a wet, rainy day, so if you have a moment, we really do appreciate it. So we're not dumping water on the track. So again, if you've got a moment, please do check your wheel wells, your bumpers, make sure there's no water or mud looking to come along for the ride there. Junior Street, if you're not there yet, you should be in staging lanes 1 and 2. That's Junior Street, staging lanes 1 and 2. Can we get street legal to staging lanes 5 and 6, please? That is street legal to staging lanes 5 and 6, please. And just a reminder to everyone, try and stay hydrated today. It's hot, it's sunny, it's a little bit windy, so make sure you're staying nice and hydrated with lots of water or what have you. If you need something to drink, you can head on over to Hector's Grub Hub, grab yourself a bite to eat, something to drink. Or if you want an adult beverage, you can head on over to the Mackenzie Auto Group Beer Garden to grab yourself a clean, crisp, cool, refreshing adult beverage. And we are looking for street legal in staging lanes 5 and 6, please. Street legal to staging lanes 5 and 6. All right, folks, the next division coming to the starting line for their time trials is our junior street division, sometimes affectionately known as our co-pilot class. You've got to have a parent or guardian in the vehicle with you. And because these fine young drivers are between 15 and 16, a little bit older, it's going to be an 1/8 mile shot for them, so it's going to be half track. So this is our junior street first round of time trials. And make sure when they're coming back down the return road, you wave, you clap, because they are out here putting it on the line. So this is our junior street division beginning their time trials right now. Racers as well, the brackets for the rainout race are posted on the side of the tech shed there. So you want to go and grab those here as we're into the time trials now. So racers, if you want to know where you're at for that that rainout race that we're making up here, please do make your way to check out the ladders at the tech shed, please. In street legal, we are looking for you in staging lanes 5 and 6, please. That is street legal. Staging lanes 5 and 6. And can we get Junior Dragster to staging lanes 1 and 2, please? That is Junior Dragster to staging lanes 1 and 2. Street legal, if you're not already there, you should be in staging lanes 5 and 6. Junior Dragster, please do make your way to staging lanes 1 and 2, please. Hey folks, we know it's super hot out, but if you're in staging lanes and you've got your AC on, we do need that turned off. We're dumping a fair bit of water on the track here, so I know it's blasted hot out there. We do ask you to turn off the air conditioning though, just so we can keep the starting line prepped and ready to go and keep on progressing through our day. And for our free spectator today, we got to thank Sean Isaac of Last Mountain Berry Farm for putting that together. So if you're out here enjoying the afternoon with us, we ask you that you would, find them online at lmbf.com. That's the Last Mountain Berry Farms and Sean Isaac. We want to thank them for putting on our free spectator day today. We appreciate you all being out here. Again, stay hydrated, keep the sunscreen on. I don't know if you need the bug spray. It might be too hot for that today. But certainly do keep an eye on those sorts of things. If you're feeling thirsty, make sure you grab something. But yeah, these, if you need ear protection, the souvenir shop should have some. If you need something to eat or drink, make your way on over to the concession run by Hector's Grub Hub. They're doing fantastic work for us here today. We appreciate it. Y'all being out here. Again, we're into our street legal division now. These are the cars you might see roaming the streets on any given Friday night across the province. So, again, this is one of my favorite classes as well because you see some pretty normal stuff and, some stuff that's been heated up a little bit. So this is our street legal division, and we thank you for hanging out with us. As well, we still have a health card up here at the tower, so if you've checked your wallet, please make sure you've still got your health card with you. And if not, please do make your way to the tower. Hey folks, attention in the pits. If you happen to have 15 foot of roll -8 braided fuel line, please do reach out to Brian Taylor. Looks like he's looking for some here. So again, that's 15 foot roll of -8 braided fuel line. Please do reach out to Brian Taylor. If we could get Brenda to the souvenir shop, please. If we could get Brenda to the souvenir shop. You need a hand out there, so you make your way that direction, please. And again, we are in the midst of our street legal time trials here. And then we're moving on into our junior dragster division. So please do stay tuned for that. Again, if you're feeling hungry, Hector's Grubhub is your ticket. If you need some souvenirs, you can make your way to the souvenir shop. And if you want a cooling, crisp, cool, refreshing adult beverage, you can make your way over to the Mackenzie Auto Group Beer Gardens, proudly serving Great West product. And as well, if you've got 15-foot roll of -8 braided fuel line, please do reach out to Brian Taylor. That's 15-foot roll of -8 braided fuel line. Please reach out to Brian Taylor. Ladders for the rain-out date are posted as well at the tech shed. That's the ladders for the rain-out date. They are posted at the tech shed. Please do go and take a look at those right away, please. Just a reminder, if you are deep staging, we need that written on the front, the back, and the side windows, please. So if you're running deep stage, please do have that written on the front, the back, and the side windows. Somebody's white toe sling fell off the quad. If somebody picked it up, bring it to the tower, please. That's a white toe sling fell off of a quad. If somebody picked it up, please do bring it to the tower, please.
Thank you.
And if you are planning on deep staging, please make sure that is written on the front, the back, and the side windows, please. If you're planning on deep staging, make sure that's on your vehicle, please. All right, racers, we've got some more news from the tower from you as you're coming into the staging lanes for eliminations. If you have a bye, please do try and stagger yourself. And we're calling pro to 3 and 4. And if you, this is rain out race eliminations pro to staging lanes 3 and 4. That's rain out race eliminations pro staging lanes 3 and 4. If you have a bye, please do stagger yourself into staging lanes. And if you are next to your race partner, please do stay by them. And coming to the line now, it's our junior dragster division. We've got some 7 and 8-year-olds out here today. They're certainly going faster than I ever did. The future of drag racing is right now. This is the junior dragster division. They're doing their round of time trials here. We're calling pro for the rain out day eliminations to staging lanes 3 and 4. If you have a bye, please do stagger yourself. And if you're with your partner, please do stay by them, please. Thank you very much. All right, we are looking for pro rainout day eliminations to lanes 3 and 4, please. If you've got a bye, stagger yourself into lanes, and if you're with your opponent, please do stay by them. That is pro rainout day eliminations, staging lanes 3 and 4, please. All right, fans, we just got a bit of track prep to do before we get into eliminations. Now would be a good time to go grab yourself some shade, grab yourself some food, grab yourself some souvenirs. Or if you're of legal drinking age, you can make your way on over to the Mackenzie Auto Group Beer Gardens, grab yourself a clean, crisp, cool, refreshing adult beverage. Got a bit of prep that we need to do, and then we will be into eliminations right after the break. So if you got a few moments, grab yourself some sunscreen, all that good stuff. We appreciate you hanging out with us today. We'll be back to action in not too long. And we are looking for Pro to stage in lanes 3 and 4, please. As Pro to stage in lanes 3 and 4. If you've got a bye, please do try and stagger yourself in the lanes. And if your opponent is here, make sure you stay together, please. That is Pro. Rain out day eliminations to stage in lanes 3 and 4, please. And while you're grabbing yourself some food and some souvenirs, there is a really brilliant 60th anniversary calendar on sale in the souvenir shop. It's got all photos from every generation of racer that's been out here from the very beginning to the very now. You're going to want to grab that from the souvenir shop. That's our 60th anniversary calendar. It's got all of our race dates on there as well. So you don't even have to put them in your calendar. It's just right there for you. And again, Hector's Grub Hub has got pulled pork on a bun with potato salad and coleslaw on special today. And for our spectators, make sure you've got an orange ticket. If you don't, you're going to want to head on over to the souvenir booth. Make sure you grab one of those. And we got to thank Sean Isaac of Last Mountain Berry Farm for Free Spectator Day. And we're going to get staff back to their positions, please. Can we get staff back to their positions? Last call for pro. You got to be in staging lanes 3 and 4. Super pro to staging lanes 5 and 6, please. Last call for pro to 3 and 4. Super pro to staging lanes 5 and 6, please. And for pro, if you have a buy run, try and make sure you're staggered if at all possible. If you have your opponent next to you, please keep them next to you. Alrighty, folks, we are ready to go with the rainout day elimination races from about a month ago now. We're going to have some buy runs because some folks who were here that time are not here this time. So it's going to be, in this round we'll see some buys. Next round we'll see a few less for sure. So this is our pro category. This is the rainout day race eliminations. Thank you for hanging out with us. And this is Dwight Grisbelski from Martinsville. That is the 1974 Plymouth Duster known as Stolen Dignity. You can see at the finish line he has got the numbers 1054 at the top end. That is the number that he is going to be shooting for. Bracket racing is similar to pool. And then in pool you'll say 8-ball side pocket. Well, he said 1054 for his dial in, and he is going to run a 1056. So you want to be as close to your dial in as possible. Next up is Mike Alexander. That's a 1964 Plymouth Belvedere from Regina. He's got a buy run as well. He's dialed himself a 1020 at the top end. He's got a solo shot here. 1020 on the dial, that's what he's going to be shooting for. He wants to be at 1020, and then there'll be a third number up here on the computer that can be there as well, but as close to 1020 as possible. He's too far off. Well, if you had an opponent that might make things interesting, but he's got a 1020 and a buy run. And Mike Alexander in the Belvedere charging towards the top end is going to run in. Mike Alexander with a 10.25 on a 10.20. The heat and the humidity might be messing with the dial-in times today, depending on when he got the data for this dial. Again, it's hot, it's humid, and that will impact performance today. So we'll see how the dial-in numbers hold up. Heller Bennett's in the left-hand lane. She's got a 1992 Ford Mustang from White City. Andrew L. is in the 1970 Dodge D100 out of Balgoni. There should be a good matchup. Heller Bennett down at 11.19, so she's going to leave first. Andrew L. will have to wait. There we go. And it's going to be Heller Bennett on a red light. Super Pro to 5 and 6, please. Super Pro to 5 and 6. All right, left-hand lane, it's Ryan Appleby. Dodge, that's a 1968 Dodge Charger. He wants to thank Precision Machine, BBJ, 5-star service, Bennett's Auto, ABS Competition, Kendra, Cara, and Russ. And in the right-hand lane, it's Ryan Doherty in the Bad Influence Challenger, 1972 edition. He wants to thank Lindell Concrete Supply of Hague for his 2026 campaign here. Ryan's dialed, well, Appleby is dialed to 986. Doherty at 1019. Doherty will get a slight head start. Appleby rips the front wheels off the ground. And this is going to be a close race, folks, out towards the top end. We will see who turns on the win light. And it's going to be Ryan Appleby advancing to the next round. He broke out, but he broke out less than Ryan Doherty, so he will advance. We get Super Pro to 5 and 6, please. Super Pro, 5 and 6. Our next pair is Keith DeJarlis out of Regina. That's a 1967 Pontiac Beaumont. He wants to thank Dyna Crane, Deck Pros Performance, ABS Competition, Pro Reefer Services, and Link Trailers. And in the right-hand lane, it's Walter Furnetz. That's an OH Chevrolet Corvette. Keith out in 11.49. He will get a bit of a head start on Walter Furnetz in the Corvette. You'll watch the lights come down staggered. And Keith DeJarlis is on his way. Walter Furnetz turned on the red light. Keith DeJarlis will advance to the next round in elimination. It's not best of 3, it's not best of 5, it's best of 1. And that time Keith DeJarlis got it done, and he will advance to the next round. All right, our next buy run is Braden Heroux. That's a 1968 Oldsmobile Cutlass 442. He'd like to thank Laser Auto Body, RWH Motorsports, Scott and Glad, Remco, and Dad and Mom. He's dialed himself a 955. He was the champion of this class last year. He's won it 6 times. And the Scat Rat is moving today out through the top end. Braden Heroux would have broken out, so it's good that he had a buy run on that one. Ran a 9:49 on a 9:55. You cannot run faster than your dial-in time. That is the challenge of bracket racing, knowing your dial-in time, because if you run too slow off your dial, your opponent has a little bit of space on you, but if you run too fast, then your day is done. All right, next pair, Brandon Bennett from White City, the 1984 Fox Body Mustang. And in the right-hand lane, that's a Kia 2023 EV6 from Glen Wright in Vanscoy. Glen Wright dialed at 12:11, Brandon Bennett a 9:35. Bit of a headhunter race here, and Brandon Bennett will get there. Ran a 9:37 on a 9:36. Margin of victory on that pass, 0.061 seconds. All right, Glenn Hendry's got himself a buy run as well. This is a 1973 Plymouth Barracuda. He'd like to thank OK Tire and Auto, Henry Motorsports for being his sponsors this year, and he is on his way. Can we get street legal to staging lanes 3 and 4, please? Street legal to staging lanes 3 and 4. And Glenn Hendry with the buy run ran off the dial a little bit there. He may want to consider that number, but with the buy run, he is advanced to the next round. And we're moving right on into Super Pro eliminations. Again, this is the race that we had gotten rained out about a month ago. Getting it in the can here. And we got a couple of rail cars ready to rock and roll here. Super Pro's got some pretty interesting cars. You got some dragsters in here. You got some door slammers. You kind of got everything all over the dial. And again, this is the fastest class that we run here at SIR is our Super Pro division. And it's going to be a alrighty, in the left-hand lane is Richard Skopik out of Saskatoon. That's an 04 worthy dragster. He'd like to thank Provincial Vodka and Sewer and Pollen Mechanical. And in the right-hand lane, in the far, that dragster is Taryn McBain from Saskatoon. That's a 2012 Diamond dragster. They'd like to thank Snooker Shack, Napa, LB Signs, Renegade Fuels, TR Petroleum, Diesel Medics, and Haga Mechanical. This is going to be a fairly quick race. The dragster in the left dialed an 828. Dragster in the right-hand lane dialed an 802. So sub 9 seconds for both vehicles. Not a lot of margin for error in this particular matchup of eliminations. All right, this is close there. Handlebar to handlebar out there, out towards the top end, and it's going to be Taryn McBain. Moving on to the next round. Both vehicles broke out, but Taryn McBain broke out less. So Taryn McBain will advance. Again, this is a best of one situation. You win, you advance, you lose. This race is done for you. All right, our next pair is going to be Rich Harder. Street Legal to 3 and 4, please. Can we get Street Legal to 3 and 4, please? In the left-hand lane is Rich Harder out of Saskatchewan. The rail car would like to thank Northern Blacktop, RWH Motorsports, Laser Auto Body, and Triumph Construction. And the door car in the right-hand lane is Jack Appleby from Emerald Park. That is a 1972 Dodge Dart. So you can see the different types of vehicles we get here in Super Pro. You got the dragster in the VP Fuels lane, and you've got the Dart in the Tiger Automotive lane. Now, Jack Appleby is dialed a 938, Rich Harder a 785. So Jack Appleby will have second and a half, second and 2/3 of a head start. Rich Harder's going to have to go hunting to grab it. And out the back door, it's Rich Harder in the dragster. He takes the win. He'd run a 797 on a 785. He will advance to the next round. That's Rich Harder to the next round. Street Legal to 3 and 4, please. Street Legal, 3 and 4. In the right-hand lane, on a bye run from Indian Head, this is Rick Brown. That is an 06 Chevrolet Corvette. He'd like to thank the Stripe Shop and Agritactics Agronomy. He's dialed himself a 784. Now he's got a couple options here. He can stage it and save it, prove that the car could make a run and then back out, or he can run it and test that number, see if that's what he wants to run with in the next round of eliminations. Street Legal, if we could get you in 3 and 4, please. Street Legal, 3 and 4. So Rick Brown will have the bye run. We'll see what the ladder looks like after this. We had a few folks who were here for this race who couldn't make it back this weekend, and that's resulted in some of the buys we're seeing in our ladder. He's got a nice straight pass going. He is in the groove, as we say. And out the back door, he runs a 1082 on a 1084. But that would still have been a breakout. All right, we've got another bye run. Again, some folks are absent today. They weren't able to make it back. Bob Kiesel this is a pair. I thought it was. I was wrong on that one. So Bob Fiesel's in the dragster in the left-hand lane. He's dialed himself a 913. Fred Schwab from Dundurn in the 75 AMC Hornet has dialed himself an 1149. So, oh boy, what is that? 2 3/10 of a second difference there. So this is going to be an interesting race. Bob Fiesel will have to wait, and that is extremely difficult. You're watching your opponent get away from you. You want to go. He's going to have to wait, though, for his light to go green. Yeah, you can see the gap there. Like I say, waiting is hard. Bob Fiesel red lit, so it'll be Fred Schwab moving on to the next round in the 75 Hornet. He ran an 11:35 and 11:39. So Fred Schwab will advance on Bob Fiesel's red light. All right, left-hand lane, hailing from Dundurn is Chris Kirk-Gessner. That's a 1965 Plymouth Belvedere. He's dialed a 945. And in the right-hand lane from Pilot Butte, that is Sean Lasham out of... Oh, I said Pilot Butte already. It's a 1967 Chevy 2. Impressions in Thread, Regina. He's the official supplier of our clothing for SI this year. So if you've been down to the souvenir shop to grab a shirt, you can thank Sean for that. And we got a heck of a drag race here. They dialed in very, very evenly. Junior Street to 5 and 6, please. Junior Street to 5 and 6. And it'll be Sean Lashaw moving on into the next round. He ran a 969 on a 965. That Chevy 2 from Pilot Butte has advanced to the next round. And we're calling Junior Street to 5 and 6, please. Junior Street to 5 and 6. And from our Super Pro division, we're moving into Street Legal. These are the vehicles that you would often see menacing the streets of Saskatoon or Regina or anywhere you choose to be on any given Friday night. These are as close to stock as we get here. In the left-hand lane is Taylor Jasic from Saskatoon. That's a 2010 Chevrolet Camaro. And in the right-hand lane, representing Ford, it's Chad Hot Wheels Novak in the 2000 Ford Mustang. He's dialed himself at 1509. Taylor Jasic will have to wait. Well, I don't know if the Camaro stumbled out of the gate a little bit there. He's got some work to do if he's going to get back in this race. Chad Novak's very consistent with whatever vehicle he brings. Yeah, and it's going to be Chad Novak advancing. He's a 1528 on a 1509. Taylor Jasic had some work to do. I'm not sure what happened there. But it will be Chad Novak advancing to the next round. And we've got another buy run coming up here. This is Carrie Reap from Saskatoon. That's a 2014 Ford Mustang, 1515 on the dial. She can stage it and save it, or she can test that number, make sure it's going to hold up for the next round of Street Legal eliminations. Just an absolutely gorgeous car. Love the white racing stripes on this one. And through the top end, it's going to be Carrie Reap running a 1517 on 1515. Next up, it's last year's champion, Evan Stephenson, in the left-hand lane. That's a 1978 Dodge Aspen. He's out of Saskatoon. He won the Street Legal class last year. He's dialed himself at 1227. And it looks like he's going to have a buy run here. So he will advance to the next round. You can test that number out and see if that's what he wants to keep with in his quest to repeat as Street Legal champion. And he is on a good pass here. He's trying to get as close to 1227 as possible. And he runs a 1226. He's just ever so slightly off the dial. With the buy run, though, he will advance to the next round, and he's going to have to do some thinking about that dial-in number. And if you want to give a wave to all of our competitors coming back down the return road here, they have been out here absolutely sweltering in the staging lanes. Give them a round of applause. Show your appreciation for them being out here racing with us today. Alrighty. Left-hand lane, we've got Maya DeJarlis out of Regina. That's a 2011 GMC Sierra 1500. Sponsored by Dynacrane, Deck Bros, Professional Reefer, Meterman ABS performance and link trailer dialed in at a 1681. Again, in bracket racing, it's often the most consistent vehicle that wins the class, and so even if you run a little bit slower, especially in street legal, but if you can run the same number all the time, you can be extremely, extremely competitive in the street legal division without a ton of horsepower. And that's going to be a 1688 on a 1681. Pretty close. We'll see what she decides to run when she goes back for the next round of street legal. All right, left-hand lane, representing the electric crowd. That's a 2023 Tesla dual motor belonging to Roy Wright out of Vanscoy. And in the right-hand lane, representing old school Chevrolet know-how, that's a 2008 Chevrolet Corvette piloted by Walter Furness out of Bigger. Walter Furness dialed an 11 even, Roy Wright at 1228, so he will have the slight starting line advantage. And it'll be up to Walter to hunt him down. Can we get Junior Dragster to staging lanes 1 and 2, please? That is Junior Dragster to staging lanes 1 and 2, please. And it's going to be Walter Furness advancing to the next round. He ran an 11:17 on an 11. And we've got one of our testers here. This is Corey Stinson from Far, Far Away. I've seen where he's from, or where he's currently working out of, and I can't pronounce it to save the life of me, so I'm glad it just says Far, Far Away. This isn't altered. This is an old school drag car, essentially how it's set up. Doing some licensing, doing some testing today. Loves the look of the car, love the paint scheme, the black and green wrecking machine here. From the land of Far, Far Away. And he's going to be looking to go real, real fast. Got it hooked up there. I think that's a half-track shot for him. I think if he's licensing, he's got to prove he's got control of the vehicle at the various distances. And we're looking for Junior Dragster in staging lanes 1 and 2, please. That is Junior Dragster in staging lanes 1 and 2. And next up, it's one of our testers. This is the Sweet Revenge 3 from Boschman Racing. This is their new ride for this year. This thing has been mean, and I'm looking forward to seeing it run. It's had some good hits so far. We'll hopefully get another full hit in here today. It's another altered from the history of drag racing. This is kind of what they looked like very early on, and they're still very popular today. This one is a beautiful example. This is the Sweet Revenge 3, Mason Boschman behind the wheel. Their drag car from last year, the Mullet Shaker, I saw was up for sale, less the engine and transmission, I think. But if you want to get into drag racing, the Mullet Shaker as a roller is for sale. You can find out more about that on Facebook. This is the Sweet Revenge 3. You're just going to set that wheelie bar height, make sure it's where they want it for when he hits the throttle. And removing the tag on the parachute so it will deploy. And Mason now has the track to himself. So now if you're watching the Christmas tree here, he's going to light the top two bulbs there. Those are the pre-stage ones. He'll roll it in a little bit further into stage. That tells his opponent and the timer that he's ready to go. So pre-stage is lit. Stage is lit. And the amps come down. Went a little red, not a lot. For a test pass, I don't know that it really matters. And out the top end, he runs an 894 at 118 miles an hour. You could hear him get off the throttle a little bit near to the top end. That thing was on a pass. That's an 894 at 118 for the Sweet Revenge 3. And from the altered, we're moving back into our junior street division. Again, affectionately known as the co-pilot class around here. This is 15 to 16-year-olds. We got to have a guardian in the vehicle with you. And it's an 8th mile shot. So this is going to be a half-track attack, as it were. And so in the left-hand lane is Kaiden Farr. It says Escalade, but that's a Dodge. Dialed in at 1053. And in the right-hand lane, in the 1995 Chrysler Intrepid, that's Laura Pitka out of Saskatchewan. She's dialed in 1177. So it will be Kaiden in the pickup truck having to wait. The 99 Intrepid will get about a 2 2/10 of a head start here. Yeah, you can see it on the tree there. Man, those Intrepids were everywhere when I was growing up. They were very, very popular. Nice to see one out doing some junior street drag racing. The big Ram's going to have to do some work to catch up, and it will. 1058 on a 1053. Kaiden Farr will move into the next round. Laura Pitka ran an 1189 on 1177. And we've got a buy run. This is Lucas Guyman out of Viceroy. That's a 1994 Dodge Ram 2500. Dialed at 1045 for his 8th mile shot here. Just waiting to get staged and pre-staged here. All right, Amber's coming down. Solid reaction time. He's going to test that 1045, see if that's going to be the number he wants to run in the next round of eliminations. And the Dodge runs at 1048 on a 1045. Pretty close. May consider changing the number, may not. We'll see when we get into the next round of eliminations. All right. This round of eliminations coming to an end right away here. It's our junior dragsters that we got to do last. We got to do a bit of work up at the top end. Make sure they're ready. We got to open a gate for them. We've got some adults up at the top end helping direct traffic a little bit. It's a lot to hold on to when you're 7 or 8 years old. These things run between 50 and 60 miles an hour, depending on how they're tuned up. So this should be a fun one here, and it looks like we're going to have a sibling showdown for this junior dragster. And you can give a wave to our junior street competitors as they come back down the return road there. And again, we're just getting the top end ready for our junior dragster division. And just a reminder to all of our spectators, make sure you're staying hydrated today. It's pretty hot out there. Yeah, make sure you got some water in you, got some sunscreen on, all the good stuff. Continue enjoying a beautiful day here at SIR. Again, we'll just get that top end set up for our juniors. Make sure everything is safe for them. And we are going to call pro to staging lanes 3 and 4, please. That is pro. Staging lanes 3 and 4. All right, folks, here we go with our junior dragster division coming up. This, in the left-hand lane, is Thomas Jacek Flamin, Turbo Tom out of Regina. And in the right-hand lane, well, that's his sister, Leah Jacek Flamin. Laser Leia in the right-hand lane. They've dialed in identical 1190s. They've dialed in the exact same time. This one is absolutely going to come down to reaction time and how close to the dial will they run. 1190s for both of them. Again, the future of drag racing is happening right now in our junior dragster division and indeed in our junior street division as well. These cars are so narrow, they actually run in one of the two grooves on our track. And of course, between siblings, you never really want to lose, right? So on an 1190, there's no excuses. They are equal and ready to go. Thomas has turned on the pre-stage lights. Leia's gonna make him wait. Yep, gonna make him wait. Patience is often a virtue in drag racing as we get things sorted out here. Again, these youngsters are going to be traveling about between 40 and 60 miles an hour, depending on how they're tuned at 1190 at the 8th. There we go. We've got Leia's car started back up again. There we go. Into stage for both of them. Again, they've dialed in the identical times. These cars should perform pretty well equally. Oh, we gotta roll them out. Pre-stage light went off for some reason. All right, backing him back out now. He's gonna restage. There we go. Pre-stage lights are on. Stage lights are on. The ambers will be coming down identically with the identical dial-in times. It's a good, clean start for both of them. And out at the 8th mile, it's going to be Thomas Jacek Flamin turning on the wind lights. He ran a 12:02 on an 1190. And Leia ran a 13:24 on an 1190. So the win goes, and the sibling bragging rights go to Tom on this one. Can we get Pro to staging lanes 3 and 4, please? As Pro, the staging lanes 3 and 4 for the next round of eliminations, please. As Pro, to staging lanes 3 and 4. We're looking for Pro in staging lanes 3 and 4, please, for the next round of eliminations. That is Pro to staging lanes 3 and 4. All right, we got our final call for Pro to 3 and 4. That is final call for Pro to 3 and 4. First call, Super Pro to 5 and 6. First call, Super Pro, 5 and 6. All right, we are looking for Super Pro to 5 and 6, please. Super Pro to 5 and 6. Pro, you've had your last call to 3 and 4. Super Pro to 5 and 6, please. We're looking for Super Pro in 5 and 6, please. That is Super Pro. The staging lanes 5 and 6. Next round of eliminations. Moving right on here. And if I'm reading the staging lanes correctly here, we won't have a bye run at all in our Pro class here. Next week we got 4 pairs. So this would make this the quarterfinals. Temperatures changed a little bit. We'll see what people decide to do with their dial-in times, if they decide to leave them alone or adapt them. But again, everyone's going to be moving on from this round to the semifinals. All right, Pro class is ready to go. Coming to the staging lane, or coming to the starting line, rather. Left-hand lane, Keith DeJarlis into 1967. 1967 Pontiac Beaumont. Sponsored by Dynacrane, Deck Bros Performance, ABS Competition, Pro Reefer Services, and Link Trailers. And Dwight Grzybelski in the Stolen Dignity Plymouth Duster. They have dialed about a second apart. Keith DeJarlis with the 1150 will get the head start. Dwight Grzybelski will have to wait nearly a full, well, it will be a full second plus a little extra. Next round of eliminations coming right at you. We're going from 8 to 4. This is the quarterfinals. Everybody's staged up. Ambers are going to come down. Got ourselves a clean start. Let's see how this one resolves at the top end. Duster's got a bit of work to do to catch up with the Beaumont. The Beaumont trying to hold them off, and it's going to be the Beaumont. They both broke out. Keith DeJarlis breaks out by a 002, but he will advance. Keith DeJarlis moves on to the next round. Dwight Grzybelski also broke out, but he broke out more, so his day is over. Or this race is over, rather. All right, this is our second pair in the quarterfinals of our Pro division. We're looking for Super Pro in 5 and 6, please. Super Pro 5 and 6. And we're calling Sportsman to 1 and 2. Sportsman to 1 and 2. Super Pro 5 and 6. You're going to be up right away here. Super Pro to 5 and 6. Sportsman to 1 and 2. This is our next pair. Heller Bennett in the left-hand lane. Down 11-19. Ryan Appleby down to 984. He had to wait a little bit to see out the back door. This one's going to go to Heller Bennett. Ran 11-15 and 11-19. She broke out, but she broke out less than Ryan Appleby, who also broke out. All right, next up in the left-hand lane, this is Mike Alexander out of Regina, the 1964 Plymouth Belvedere. He's dialed himself at 10:24. And in the right-hand lane, a man who needs no introduction, Braden Heroux out of Saskatoon, the 1968 Olds Cutlass, known as the Scat Rat. He's dialed in at a 9:51, so he's going to have about a 7/10 of a second wait before he can pursue Mike Alexander in the Belvedere. They are staged up. The hammers are going to come down any time now. We've got ourselves a clean start. And this is going to be a good race, folks. It's going to be nice and tight out the top. And the win is going to go to Braden Heroux. He ran a 9:51.01 on a 9:51. Don't get any closer than that. Super Pro, we are looking for you in 5 and 6. Sportsman, we need you in 1 and 2. Super Pro 5 and 6. Sportsman 1 and 2. All right, left-hand lane, Brandon Bennett out of White City. That's a Fox Body Mustang, 1984 model. Right-hand lane, Glenn Hendry in the 1973 Plymouth Barracuda. The Mustang's down to 9:36 to a 10:54, so he's going to wait a second and 2/10 before he can head out. You can see the difference as the tree comes down. Shooting for those dial-in times at the scoreboard on the top end. And it's going to be Brandon Bennett. He broke out. Glenn broke out, but Brandon broke out less. So it will be Brandon Bennett advancing to the next round in that Fox Body Mustang out of White City. All right, we are looking for Sportsman in 1 and 2, please. Sportsman 1 and 2, Super Pro 5 and 6. Super Pro 5 and 6, please. Super Pro 5 and 6. Sportsman 1 and 2. Sportsman 1 and 2. Just a reminder as well, in the staging lanes, turn off your air conditioners, please, so we can keep the water off of the track. I know it's blasted hot out today. I don't blame you for wanting to run the AC. I really don't. However, it does dump on... The condensation will dump on the track at the hit of the throttle, so prefer if you didn't. We're moving on now into our Super Pro eliminations. Their next round is coming at you live. In the left-hand lane, representing the door cars, is Sean Lacham of Impressions in Thread Regina. He's the official supplier of clothing for SIR. He's dialed himself a 962. And in the right-hand lane, that's Taryn McBain. They've dialed a 799. So they will have to wait a fair bit to get going. Snooker Shack, Napa LB Signs, Renegade Fuels, TR Petroleum, Diesel Medics, and Hagen Mechanical are who the McBains would like to thank for this one. Be not quite sure that what happened there. The dragster left does not get a time. The door car runs a 953 on a 962. Would have broken out on that one. All right, next pair coming up here. Going to be a close race. Dialed in pretty close here. So, in the right-hand lane, it's going to be... left-hand lane, it's going to be Rich Harder. In the dragster, sponsored by Northern Blacktop, RWH Motorsports, Laser Auto Body, and Triumph Construction, he's dialed himself a 790. Rick Brown in the 06 Corvette. Wants to thank Stripe Shop and Agritechnics Agronomy. Dialed himself a 781. The lights are going to just be a hair's breadth different on this one. 790 left-hand lane, 781 right-hand lane. Going to be not quite a heads-up race. It's very close, though. We will see who takes this one. One of these will advance to the next round. For one of them, this race will be over. We'll find out in approximately the next 8 seconds. Dragsters turned on the pre-stage light. Both are pre-stage now. And fully staged. And it's a clean start. This is going to be a heck of a drag race, folks. Let's see what this one looks like at the top end. And it's going to go to the dragster. A 791 on a 790 beats a 782 on a 781. Margin of victory 0064. That's 0.0064 seconds. Can we get Junior Street, the staging lanes 3 and 4, please? As Junior Street, the staging lanes 3 and 4. And Fred Schwab is elected to stage it and save it by the look of it. He showed that he could have run, and he's going to back on out, save the pass on the engine and on the drivetrain, and a bit of heat, I'm sure, as well. So on that buy, he had that option. That's what he decided to do. So he staged it and saved it. We'll see him in the next round. And we're calling Junior Street the staging lanes 3 and 4, please. As Junior Street, the staging lanes 3 and 4. All right, moving right along into our sportsman division here again. Their next round of eliminations. Again, thank you to the Last Mountain Berry Farms and Sean Isaac for sponsoring our free spectator day. It's great to see all of you out here enjoying some really fine drag racing action. Again, we appreciate your patience if you were here this morning. We're getting the track turned around from all of the rain. So it's great to see all of you out. I hope you're enjoying it. Drink lots of water, wear lots of sunscreen, and buy lots of merch from the souvenir shop. Or if you're feeling hungry, Hector's Grub Hub is open, as is the Mackenzie Auto Group Beer Garden. You can grab yourself a clean and crisp, cool, refreshing adult beverage. As well as spectators, make sure you've got an orange ticket. If you don't have an orange ticket with you, please head to the souvenir booth and collect one. And the special at Hector's Grub Hub today is pulled pork on a bun with potato salad and coleslaw. You're going to want to go and grab that. All right, in the left-hand lane, that's Amanda Jasic Flaman out of Regina. That's a 1990 Pontiac GTA Trans Am, dialed an 1180. And in the right-hand lane, also out of Regina, it's Owen DeJarlis. That's a 1976 Chevrolet Vega, sponsored by Dynacrane, Meterman Incorporated, Link Trailer, and Deck Bros Performance. He's dialed himself a 1202. Oh, man. You blink and you miss the difference on the tree there. We'll see how this one plays out. It's a close race. Real close race. Out the top end, Owen DeJarlis moves on. A 1203 on a 1202. Amanda Jasic Flaman broke out by 0.027 seconds. Owen DeJarlis moves on to the next round with the Chevy Vega. In the left-hand lane in the 78 Chevrolet Nova is Darren Shimko from Saskatoon. He's dialed himself at 1238. And in the right-hand lane, representing Team Electric, it's Roy Wright out of Vanscoy. That's a 2023 Tesla dual motor, dialed in a 1228. He's going to have to wait just ever so slightly. Although the red light comes on for Darren that time, just on the wrong side of red. So the wind light comes on for Roy Wright automatically on that one. He still is going to run it out to test the number. Boy, he would have been tough to beat anyways. He ran a 1228 with a 3 on a 1228. Roy Wright in the Tesla moves on to the next round. All right, today's only testers, that is today's only testers to 1 and 2. Only for the guys who've paid for testing today. You can make your way to staging lanes 1 and 2, please. Sydney Weeks, she's got herself a buy run in the Dodge Polara, sponsored by Performance Plus, Canadian Industrial Welding, Best Customs and RT Automotive. Testing the number, runs a 1308 on a 1313. May have some thinking to do in between rounds. It's close, but she would have still have broken out, and that would have handed the win to her opponent potentially. All right, today's testers only. That's the guys who paid for testing. That is today only to staging lanes 1 and 2. Staging lanes 1 and 2, please. And we're going to thank some more of our sponsors here. We got to thank CIWS, Canadian Industrial Welding Services, DAB Welding of Saskatoon, Dynacrane Services, Dynamic Balancing, Hydro Dig, Ishtar Concrete of Saskatoon, Lindell Concrete Supply, Prairie Crane, Scooters Trenching, and Whitecap Supply. As well, we want to thank Sask Lotteries of Saskatchewan, the Snooker Shack of Saskatoon, and Crosscut Films. And we've got our junior street division. It's going to be contested between a pair of Dodges. The Ram brand is going to love this one. Left-hand lane, Kaiden Farr. It's a 1059. Right-hand lane, Lucas Guyman in the 94, 2500. Dialed in at 1048. Going to be a very close race. We're going to see which one of these pickups will pick up the win. Remember, this is only contested to 8th mile. This is a half-track shot. And this one is going to go to Lucas Guyman. Both vehicles break out, but Lucas Guyman broke out less. He ran a 10:46 on a 10:48. So Lucas Guyman, I believe, has won that race. I don't think there was another pair, so that should be our finals. Lucas Guyman, you're a winner today in our rain-out race. And testers for today only. Station lanes 1 and 2, please. That's today's testers only. The station lanes 1 and 2. We also want to thank Access Electric of Saskatoon, Avenir Energy, TR Petroleum, VP Racing Fuels of Saskatoon and Calgary, Wendell Clark's, Pepsi Cola Canada of Saskatoon, Medivie Health Services of Saskatoon, Saskatoon Police Service, and the Saskatoon Police Street Legal Safety Program, which ran here last night, SGI, Transcare Rescue as well. We also got to thank Competition Muffler of here in Saskatoon, Dennis Tire Center, OK Tire of Saskatoon. For printing signs and souvenirs, we need to thank Garage Inc., Classic Promotions, Globe Printers of here in Saskatoon, Impressions and Thread of Regina, LB Signs, List Towel Trophies Limited, and QuickTime Magazine. For our rentals, we're going to thank United Rentals, Link Trailer Rentals, Little John Rentals, and the Rent It Store. As well, we want to thank Nordic Fencing, Alpine Transport and Rigging, Haga HD Mechanics, Beaver Container Systems, Sandman Hotels of Saskatoon, Neighbors Mechanical, Travel Lodge of Saskatoon, Aaron Timothy Painting, Royal Towing of Saskatoon, Classic Car Wash, JR & Co. Roofing Contractors, the Last Mountain Berry Farms. Again, they're putting on our free spectator race today. Thanks to them and Sean Isaac for that. Outlaw Metal Fabrication, Metal Dynamics Incorporated, Metal Supermarkets, Q-Line Truckin', Trax Footwear of Saskatoon, Triumph Contractors, Kim Breckner, the MLA for Saskatoon Riversdale, Astro Towing, Here Right Canada of Saskatoon, Whitehead Truckin', and Transcare Rescue. And our photographer for today is Richard Bedford Photography. He supplied a number of the photos that you can find in our beautiful 60th anniversary calendar. You're going to want to pick up one of those from our souvenir shop. They've got photos from all 6 decades of racing that we've done here at SIR, so you're going to want to go and grab one of those. Again, thanks to all of our fans for sticking with us today. I know it's hot. Make sure you stay hydrated. Make sure you got the sunscreen on, too. It's a bit of a scorcher today. I see a number of you have moved up into what shade there is. Good call. If you need the kids to run off some energy, there is a bit of a playground as well. There's some slides and swings and stuff for them. And we're going to be running our testers out of station lanes 1 and 2 here right away. All right, we're going to run a couple of our testers as a pair here. Both are from Unity, Saskatchewan. Left-hand lane in the 2010 Chevrolet Camaro is Ryan Magnus. And in the 2022 Ford Mustang Mach-1, that's Val Belcher. The pride of Unity is on the line in our testing division here, it looks like here. The classic matchup, Camaro versus Mustang. They've been battling it out since the 1960s, and we're going to continue watching that for as much as we can. All All right, let's see what we get out the top end. It will be the Mach 1, ran an 1180. Camaro not far behind though, ran an 1183. Our next tester is Kelvin Mon out of Regina. That's a 1983 Ford Mustang, getting some test hits in today here. He's going to have a solo shot in that Fox body. Got the pre-stage and stage lights on. Well, a little bit of the groove on that one there at the hit of the throttle. Took a bit of a waggle. And out the top end, that Mustang's going to run a 1306 at 108 miles an hour. Our next tester is Austin Samaleski out of Clavette. That's a 1980 Chevrolet Camaro making a test hit here. We're going to see what it can do. Had a good pass last time. See if he can repeat that experience. Solid reaction time, bit of a waggle at the hit of the throttle. You saw the tail end step out quite a bit, but it is gallered up now. And you can hear him let out a throttle at the top end. It's going to be a 1050 at 94 miles an hour. That car obviously had more in it, but you could hear the RPMs come down and the nose come down, I'm sure you saw. And there we go. That's his test pass. All right, we've got one of the alters coming here. This is Corey Stinson from Far, Far Away. This beautiful green and black altered, black and green wrecking machine, ready for another hit. Strong burnout there, heating up those tires, making sure that they're going to hook to the track when it's ready to go. That's why we do those burnouts. They're putting some temperature in those tires so they can stick to our already sticky track. That's, you know, why they go so quick. In fact, I learned this a little while ago. When slicks were introduced, a number of years ago, they actually function as a gear that is a force multiplier on the track. They actually take that power and make it a little bit more. It's not a ton, but it is a little bit. Those slicks actually do that. They act as a gear as the tire interacts with the track, multiplying the force that is in them. And this is I believe this is a licensing class. Yeah, he's going to let out there. Still runs a 1041 at 97 miles an hour, though. I think he's going to be happy with that. Can we get Pro to staging lanes 3 and 4, please? Can we get Pro to staging lanes 3 and 4, please? That is Pro to staging lanes 3 and 4. This is Dawson Says I'm going to go with from Prince Albert. That's a 1969 Chevrolet Camaro. Obviously not even remotely in stock configuration anymore. Always good to see this vehicle out making hits. Trying to get a little bit of wheel spin, but then it hooked up, and boy, is it going now. Holy Toledo, 810. That's an 810 at 173 miles per hour. That's 173 miles per hour for Dawson in the Chevrolet Camaro. Ran an 810 on that test pass. We're looking for Pro in staging lanes 3 and 4, please. That is Pro, the staging lanes 3 and 4. All right, Pro, staging lanes 3 and 4, please, for the next round of eliminations. That is Pro to staging lanes 3 and 4, please. And all of our staff and spectators, make sure you're staying hydrated out there today. It's awfully, awfully toasty. Pro to staging lanes 3 and 4, please. That is pro to staging lanes 3 and 4. Can we get Sportsman to station lanes 5 and 6, please? That's Sportsman to station lanes 5 and 6, please. Sportsman 5 and 6. All right, next round of pro eliminations ready to go. We got a pair and 2 singles. So in our in our pair here, this is Keith DeJarlis in the left-hand lane out of Regina. That's a 1967 Pontiac Beaumont. He's dialed an 11:48. To advance to the next round, though, he's going to have to go through Braden Heroux from Saskatoon. That's a 1968 Oldsmobile Cutlass 442, better known as the Scat Rat. Keith DeJarlis is dialed an 11:48. Braden Heroux a 9:51. Braden's going to have to wait nearly a full 2 seconds before he can begin his race. You'll see this one on the tree pretty obviously. There'll be a gap in how those ambers come down. Got ourselves a clean start. Braden Heroux is on a charge. Keith DeJarlis trying to hold him off. And out the top end, Braden Heroux, 9:54 on a 9:51. And Keith DeJarlis ran an 11:49 on 11:48. All right, we've got a single on our ladder here. This is Brandon Bennett from White City, Saskatchewan, 9:33 on the dial-in. He can stage it and save it, save some heat, save some wear and tear for the next run. He's not going to do it, though. He's going to go test that number, see if 9:33 is what he's going to want to take into the next round. And he ran a 9:52 on a 9:33. All right, sportsmen, we need you in 5 and 6, please. Sportsmen in 5 and 6, please. And we got Heller Bennett out of White City and the other Fox Body Mustang down at 11:15. She's going to test the number here and see if she's going to hang on to it for the next round. She will advance. And on the top end, that's going to be an 11:15 on 11:15. That doesn't get much better than that. 007 off the dial. Boy, oh boy, I think I'd leave that one alone. Sportsman 5 and 6, please. Sportsman 5 and 6. All right, this is, I believe, a licensing pass. We're going to go with that. This is Boschman Racing. This is the Sweet Revenge 3. The third iteration of this car. This is a Bantam Altered. We saw it a little bit earlier today. It was moving. Can we get street legal to 3 and 4? Sportsman 5 and 6. Street legal 3 and 4. All right, the Sweet Revenge 3, they're just going to check out that wheelie bar, make sure its height is set correctly. A lot of math goes into drag racing, making sure all the geometries and everything are correct. These little alters are fun to watch. As we saw earlier, it's also very speedy, so we'll see if it gets a full hook on this shot. Moving over to the right-hand lane. They ran left-hand lane last time. Moved it over to the right here. 0072 on the tree. He's going to be very happy with that reaction time, and he's got a nice straight pass going. Out the top end, 879 at 142 for the Sweet Revenge 3. You got to believe they're going to be happy with that one, I think. That's an 879 at 142, but a 0072 on the tree for Mason Boschman in the Sweet Revenge 3. Sportsman 5 and 6, please. Sportsman 5 and 6. Street Legal 3 and 4. Street Legal 3 and 4. All right, we're moving into our sportsman eliminations. Continuing here, it's going to be Chad Hot Wheels Novak out of Kenora with the 2000 Ford Mustang. He's going to have a bye run in this round. Dialed himself at 1509. Again, he can stage it and back it out, or he can see if that number is going to hold up. Burnout, such as it is for the drop-top Mustang here. Dialed himself at 1509. All right, Chad Novak on his solo shot here. He will advance to the next round. And he's going to run a 1486 on a 1509. Going to have some figuring to do on his next dial-in number there. That ran quite a bit quicker than he thought it was going to. 0.2 of a second more, which is pretty significant. That would have been a breakout. But on the bye run, he will advance all the same. All right, Sydney Weeks, she's got a bye run as well. Just the way the ladder's breaking down, we had a few folks not make it back for this race. This is a 1964 Dodge Polara, sponsored by Performance Plus, Canadian Industrial Welding, Bessie Customs, and RT Automotive. Dow to 1313. Gonna back. She can we get Super Pro to 5 and 6, please? Super Pro to 5 and 6. And Sydney Weeks is going to back it out here. Is going to stage it and save it. Save some heat, save some wear and tear. She's moving on to the next round. All right, our next pair in the sportsman division on their way to the line. Owen Desjardins out of Regina in the left-hand lane, 1976 Chevrolet Vega. Sponsored by Dynacrane, Meterman Incorporated, Link Trailer, and Deck Brothers Performance. And he's got Roy Wright, again, representing Team Tesla. That's a 2023 Tesla dual motor dialed in at 1228. Tesla will have the ever so slight starting line advantage. Super Pro 5 and 6, please. Super Pro 5 and 6, please. And Owen Desjardins turns on the red light. The win is going to go to Roy Wright in the Tesla. That is unfortunate. It was going to be a close race. So it's going to be the Tesla advancing. The Tesla would have broken out as well, ever so slightly. So Roy Wright moves on to the next round in our sportsman division. Super Pro 5 and 6, please. Super Pro 5 and 6. All right, we're moving on into our street legal division here. Again, these are sort of the cars you would see menacing the street. Not that anyone here would do such a thing in their vehicle, of course. They'd only do it here. This is Carrie Reap in the left-hand lane. She's dialed a 1515 in that 2014 Ford Mustang. And in the right-hand lane, this is Evan Stephenson. He won the division last year in his 1978 Dodge Aspen. He's dialed himself a 1225. A nearly 3-second head start for Carrie Reap on this pass. And unfortunately, Carrie Reap has turned on the red light. The win is going to go to Evan Stephenson on this one. It's going to be the Dodge Aspen moving on. Evan Stephenson moves on. A 1224 and a 1225 would have broken out just by a little bit, but Carrie Reap turned on the red light and her race is done. Now, Street Legal brings us some very interesting matchups, and I don't get a whole lot more interesting than this. So in our left-hand lane, this is Maya Desjardins out of Regina. That's a 2011 GMC Sierra 1500, dialed a 1686. Right-hand lane, Walter Furnetz in the 08 Corvette has dialed 11 even. He's going to have to wait over 5.5 seconds. This is a headhunter race, 100%. And it's a clean start. The GMC with the monster head start is going to have to hang on to it at the top end. Walter Furnetz trying to chase it down. We'll see what happens at the top. Oh, and he just gets there. An 11-12 and an 11. Margin of victory, though, 0074. That's 0.0074 seconds is the margin of victory on that one. Again, this is why I like the street legal division. You get some really wild matchups, and that one lived up to the billing. And Chad Hot Wheels Novak, well, we just saw him in Sportsman. Well, he's got his car entered in the street legal division as well. He's got himself a bye into the next round. We're looking for Super Pro and 5 and 6, please. Super Pro 5 and 6. Chad Novak dialed a 1509 or 1495. But again, he's able to advance all the same. Again, if you're feeling hungry, you can head on over to Hector's Grubhub, grab yourself a bite to eat. The pulled pork on a bun with potato salad and coleslaw is on special. Spectators, if you haven't already, make sure you have an orange ticket. If you don't, head over to the souvenir booth and make sure you have one of those. Also, we still have a Saskatchewan Health Services health card up here. So if you're missing your health card, you might want to come to the tower and claim that. And again, we got to thank Sean Isaac and the Last Mountain Berry Farm for sponsoring our free Spectator Day. 2 races for the price of none today. We're doing our race that got rained out about a month ago, and then we'll have our race number 6, our rod race, a little bit later on today. And just so you know, folks, if you can hang with us, once we get into the second race, it's going to be really, really steady action. We appreciate you hanging out here with us. I know it's hot. I know it's sunny, but we appreciate you being here. But just so you know, that second race is going to move. We won't have as many buys because everybody who is in the race is on the property, so that will make that. So the action in our second race, that'll be our rod race a little bit later this afternoon. We're going to round up these rounds of eliminations here. We're looking for Super Pro in 5 and 6. And then we'll go from there. But, yeah, we appreciate you hanging out. But just know that that second race, it's going to move. We're going to move. As well, if you want to grab yourself a calendar, they are available at the souvenir shop. They are absolutely incredible. They've got all of our race dates on there as well. Might be a good idea to grab some hydration here, some water, some Gatorade, something of that effect here, because it's going to get warmer. We know 4 o'clock is about as hot as it gets here in Saskatchewan, just the way the sun and the heat works. Super Pro 5 and 6, please. Super Pro 5 and 6. And again, race number 2 will be coming at you a little bit later. It's going to be steady action, folks. All right, folks, moving right along into our Super Pro division here. The next round of eliminations coming at you live. Left-hand lane is going to be Rich Harder out of Saskatoon in the Dragster. Sponsored by Northern Blacktop, RWH Motorsports, Laser Autobody, and Triumph Construction. It's down to 790. Sean Lasham out of Regina of Impressions in Thread, the official supplier of clothing. All right, this race testers to 1 and 2, please. People who've paid for today's test only to 1 and 2. If you've paid for today's test, lanes 1 and 2, please. Super Pro, we are down to the final 3. Rich Harder in the dragster, Sean Lachon in the 67 Chevy 2. He's Impressions in Thread Regina. The official supplier of clothing for SIR. Dragster's dialed to 790. He's going to have to wait a fair bit for the door car, dialed in at 955. We'll see how this one plays out. The ambers will start coming down for the door car first, and that light will go green. And then the ambers will come down for the car in the left-hand lane, and then they will go green. That's how we do this bracket racing business. All right. Ourselves a clean start. The dragsters are going to have to hunt down the door car here out at the top end. Oh boy, this is a close one, folks. And it's going to be the door car, Sean Lasham in the Chevy 2. Moving on to the next round, around a 960 on a 955. Richie Harder in the dragster ran a 788 on a 790 and broke out. And Fred Schwab in the AMC Hornet is going to move on to into the finals here. He's got a bye run down in 1136. We'll see if he's going to test that out. Make sure that number is going to stick for the finals. Good reaction time for him. 002 on the tree. Very good reaction time for Fred Schwab on that one. That would give him an advantage for sure in the next round. And breaks out 11:32 at 11:36. May need to reconsider the number slightly there, but again, 002 on the tree for Fred Schwab and the Hornet. He's going to be happy with that. All right, today's testers only. That's guys who have paid for today only. Staging lanes 1 and 2, please. Staging lanes 1 and 2 for testers today only. The guys who paid for today's testing only. Staging lanes 1 and 2. We are calling pro to staging lanes 3 and 4, please. That is pro to staging lanes 3 and 4. Pro to 3 and 4, please. Pro to 3 and 4. All right, moving on into our testing here. Clay Sametz out of Martinsville. That's a 1973 Plymouth Duster making a hit here. Getting a bit of testing in. It's a beautiful car. I love the look of that Duster. The red paint job is absolutely glistening in the Saskatchewan sunshine here this afternoon. We'll see what he does. Just grabbing some data. Gonna figure out what this thing can do. All right, all the way in staged. Good reaction time, bit of a, let's see, bite to the right almost at the hit of the throttle there, but it's got it figured out. And out through the top end, Clay's gonna run an 11:03 at 123 miles an hour. And the black and green wrecking machine of Corey Stinson is coming back. He's from the land of far, far away and that's altered. Been having some pretty good success so far today. Every pass seems to wind it a little bit harder, a little bit further down the track. We'll see what he does on this one. I love the look of this vehicle. Looking forward to seeing it fully dialed in and running hard. We'll see what he does on this pass. Again, we do the big burnouts to get those back tires nice and hot and sticky so that they hook to the track so the car goes straight and puts the maximum amount of horsepower possible to the ground. All right. And staged. Those Alters are very hard to drive. They're real short wheelbase, so they do some funny things, but he's got it in control here. And he's going to run a 966 at 139 miles an hour. Every pass getting a little faster. You're going to be happy with that. That's a 966 at 139. In the left-hand lane on the vanity plate, it says Misty. This is a 2010 Chevrolet Camaro driven by Ryan Magnus out of Unity, Saskatchewan. And in the right-hand lane is Kelvin Mon out of Regina. That's a 1983 Ford Mustang Fox body. Got a Camaro Mustang battle here separated by about 3 decades. Lots of wheel spin for the Mustang on that one, but the red light comes on for the Camaro. We're looking for... Can we get Pro in 3 and 4, please? That's Pro to 3 and 4. And we're going to have another Camaro Mustang battle come up here. 1980 Chevrolet Camaro of Austin Samaleski in the left-hand lane. And the 2022 Ford Mach 1 Mustang of Val Belcher out of Unity will be in the right. We're calling Pro to staging lanes 3 and 4, please. That's Pro to staging lanes 3 and 4. All right, Camaro versus Mustang. That's a second-gen F-body in the left-hand lane. That's one of the modern Mustangs in the right. Everybody's staged up. Lights go green, and it's the Camaro on his way. He went red, though. We'll see what he runs for an elapsed time. 983 at 139 for the Camaro. The Mach 1 runs at 1231 at 118 miles an hour. Pro, we are looking for you in staging lanes 3 and 4. That's Pro in staging lanes 3 and 4. Again, Free Spectator Day has been brought to you by Sean Isaac and the Last Mountain Berry Farm. Spread the joy. You can find out more about them at lmbf.com. We're also going to thank Rod's Custom Carts, electric carts built for Saskatchewan lake life, golf, and agriculture. You can see it out just by the starting line there. They've sponsored that for us this year. You can find out more at rodscustomcarts.ca, or if you like visiting people in person, you can go to 2631 Faithful Avenue. Also got to thank Rod's Hot Rods. They've got hot rods, customs, and sales. They're www.rodshotrods.ca, 2623A Faithful Avenue. And for the generators and lights that you see, we're going to thank United Rentals, unitedrentals.com. They connect the worksite, 410 Thatcher Avenue. And our lane sponsors, our right-hand lane sponsors, Tiger Automotive. They're your one-stop shop for all your vehicle needs. TigerAutomotive.com or 986 Venture Crescent. We want to thank our left-hand lane sponsor, VP Fuels, for when it matters most. Count on VP Fuels. VPRacingFuels.com for more information. We also want to thank Flamin Trailers. They're building their business one relationship at a time. Flamin.com. Also, Butler Buyers, welcome to Insurance Made Easy. You can find out more at butlerbuyers.com, or you can visit them in office at 301 4th Avenue North, 3929 8th Street East. And we're calling Sportsman to 5 and 6, please. That is Sportsman to 5 and 6. We're going to thank Q-Line Trucking. They are moving the world. QLineTrucking.com, 101 Wirtz Avenue at the Corman Industrial Park. Performance Plus, innovative performance upgrades, performanceplus.com, or in person at 416 22nd Street West. Audio Warehouse, they're your home audio specialist. 60 years of sound in Regina and Saskatoon. AudioWarehouse.ca. And it's parked right now, but our Kubota with the FODMAT is sponsored by Kubota of Saskatoon. KubotaofSaskatoon.com, 34 Capitol Circle. For all of your printing needs, you're going to want to talk to Globe Printers. They've been making clients look good since 1973. GlobeSAS.com, 217 Jessup Avenue. And we got to thank our paramedics and Medivie Ambulance. They want you to live life fully. You can find out more about them at medivie.ca. OK Tire, we're more than tires. We're a one-stop shop. OKTire.com. Queen City Performance. They carry a wide range of performance, racing, hot rod, and custom parts and services. QueenCityPerformance.ca, or if you're in the Queen City, you can visit them at 1414A Lawrence Street down in Regina. SGI, of course, reminds you all to take care out there. Find out more about the insurance products they have for you at sgi.sk.ca. As well, we got to thank the Great Western Brewing Company. They've got the highest quality beers in Western Canada, brewed with dedication and heart. gwbc.ca, and if you buy some Great West product from our beer gardens, you can turn in your receipts back to the beer gardens, and that goes to help the track. And sponsoring our beer gardens, it's Mackenzie Auto Group. You can find out more at mackenzieauto.ca, 2909 Miners Avenue. Thanks again to all of our sponsors for our 60th anniversary year, making everything super special for us. As well, if you've liked what you are seeing today, well, guess what? The season's not over. We got more coming at you. Specifically, in about 3 weeks-ish, yeah, something like that, August 15th. The Southwind Showdown, the 60-year anniversary show. That is our what we call our feature race. We've got some jet cars coming in. We've got some alcohol-burning vehicles in here. We've got a nitro bike coming. So if you liked what you're seeing today, you're going to want to be back for the Southwind Showdown. That's August 15th, right here. Keep an eye on our social media for as we start confirming vehicles that are going to be joining us for that. It's going to be an incredible year for our 60th anniversary Southwind Showdown. That's August 15th. All right, well, the Bennetts are going to go to battle here. This is Brandon Bennett in the left-hand lane. He's dialed a 935. Heller Bennett in the right-hand lane. She's dialed herself an 1115. About a 2-second head start for Heller on this one. Brandon will have some catching up to do. The battle of the Bennetts is coming at you right now. Brandon's got into, they're both in pre-staged. And they are fully, well, Heller's fully staged. All right, let's see how this one plays out. Heller's going to have what appears to be an advantage. And it's a clean start. A very clean start. Let's see how this one goes. Brandon's going to have to track her down. Oh, boy, at the top end, it is tight. And it's going to be Heller Bennett moving on. An 11:15, 37 on an 11:15. You do not run much closer to your dial than that. She did it really well on the last pass. And she did it again this time. She ran an 11:15 with a 3 on that 11:15 dial in. Just a fantastic job. All right, next up, Braden Haru, the Scat Rat 2. This is a 1968 Oldsmobile Cutlass 442. Can we get Street Legal to 3 and 4, please? Street Legal to 3 and 4. Sportsman 5 and 6. Sportsman 5 and 6. Street Legal 3 and 4. All right, Braden Haru has got himself a bye run into the finals here. Dialed at 9:51. It sounds like he's going to test that number. The Scat Rat is moving. And out the top end, ran a 9:61 on a 9:51. 9:61 on a 9:51 for Braden Haru. He will advance to meet Heller Bennett in our pro finals. All right, Sportsman 5 and 6. If you're not already there, please. Sportsman 5 and 6. Street Legal 3 and 4. Street Legal 3 and 4. All right, moving right on into our next set of eliminations here. This is in our Sportsman division. Street Legal, we're looking for you in 3 and 4. All right, in the left-hand lane, it's Chad Hot Wheels Novak. That's a 2000 Ford Mustang convertible. He's dialed himself in at 1494. Roy Wright, representing Tesla, the 2023 dual motor 1227. The Tesla's going to have to wait 2.7 seconds before he can depart. And it's a clean start. All right, let's see what happens here. Boy, it's tightening up a ton as they get out to the top end. Chad Novak's going to do it. He's going to move into the next round. 1498 on a 1494. Roy Wright ran a 1232 on a 1227. So Chad Hot Wheels Novak into Mustang into the next round in the Sportsman division. And Sydney Weeks has got a buy into 1964 Dodge Polara, Performance Plus sponsored, Canadian Industrial Welding, Bessie Customs, and RT Automotive. Dialed in at a 1313. She backed out on the last one, but it sounds like from the burnout she's going to test it. Yeah, she's going to test that number. See if it holds. Sydney Weeks is on a solo shot here into the finals, if I'm not mistaken, of Sportsman. Yeah, 1302 on a 1313. May have some thoughts to have about that dial in. Street Legal, we're looking for you in 3 and 4, please. Street Legal 3 and 4. And again, to all of our spectators, once we're into our second race, things will be operating very smoothly.
Just let the spectators.
Yep, you bet. All right, folks, we're getting close to moving into our finals here. And after our finals for this race, we're going to take about a 20-minute break. Some of our staff has been here since 6 or 6:30 this morning. They need a lunch break and it may be a chance to get out of the sun. So there will be a brief intermission after our finals here so our staff can grab a bite to eat. Please just hang tough. Again, if you see someone wearing a staff t-shirt today or you've seen them working, give them a round of applause. They've been out here working super hard. Working hard in the heat, so we want to thank all of them. So after our finals, we'll have about a 20-minute break so they can have a chance to eat, do whatever else needs to be done, and we will carry on. So we do appreciate your understanding on that. Again, Street Legal, we're looking for you in 3 and 4. That's Street Legal, the staging lanes 3 and 4. As well, our points race continues at the end of August 29th and 30th. There will be points season races 9 and 10. That'll be a couple weeks after our Southwind Showdown. And then September 19th and 20th, it's going to be the Big Bucks Fall finale here at SIR. So again, if you've been enjoying the action, please do come join us again, especially for our Southwind Showdown. That's August 15th. That's going to be here. That's going to be an amazing day. Make sure you are here for that. As well, our points race continues at the end of August. We'll have a race the day before the Southwind Showdown, but it's a Friday, so if you have a Friday off, you can come join us. And again, September 18th and, September 19th and 20th, it's the fall finale. So those are the dates of what we are looking ahead to. Just getting Street Legal racked into 3 and 4 here. All right, Street Legal Division coming right at you here. Again, spectators, big round of applause to you guys who've been sitting out there in the heat all day. We appreciate it. We hope you're taking lots of pictures, lots of videos, sharing it to social media. You can find us on Facebook at Saskatchewan International Raceway. You can find us on Instagram as well. Or if you haven't had enough of the action, you can find us on YouTube. That's Saskatchewan International Raceway there. I believe we're live streaming today, so a shout out to everyone who's joined us for the live stream too. It's great to have you all with us. Again, this is a race that got rained out about a month ago. We're trying to wrap it up here. And then we've got a second race that we're going to run a little bit later this afternoon. But after our finals, again, we're going to take about a 20-minute break so the staff can have a bite to eat. Again, we appreciate your patience. We'll let you know when that happens, though, so you can go grab yourself some food, some souvenirs, or some beer. When that time comes, we will definitely let you know. All right, Walter Furnet's with the burnout in the 08 Chevrolet Corvette. He's down 11. He's been consistent on that all day. See if he's going to run. I suspect he's going to run it. He did the burnout, so no reason he would stage it and save it here. And here we go. This Corvette is very, very consistent. That's why it continues to advance through the rounds today. Dialed on 11, it's going to run a 1099. 1099 on 11 would have broken out, but didn't because it was a buy run. I don't know what you do with the number on that one. Do you leave it at 11? Do you change it? I don't know. Alrighty, in our left-hand lane, it's Evan Stephenson out of Saskatoon, the 1978 Dodge Aspen, dialed in at 1225. Chad Hot Wheels, we should call him Iron Man Novak, because he's running two classes here. Out of Kenora in the 2000 Ford Mustang. And Chad Novak is on his way. Bit of a headhunter race here, about a 2-second advantage off the start. And I don't think the Aspen is running quite right. No, the Aspen is not running quite right. Chad Novak wisely tags up, doesn't want to break out. He was probably listening for Evan Stephenson on that one. You could hear something went away on the Aspen, though. So Chad Novak will advance to the next round. He's in the finals of Sportsman and Street Legal. He's having himself a heck of a day here. So Chad Novak has advanced to the next round. He's in the finals of Sportsman. He's in the finals of Street Legal. Man, oh man, that is incredible. Chad Novak having a great day. Evan Stephenson, though, obviously having some problems with the Aspen there. Not much we can do about that. But again, we're getting close to finals here. We'll let you know more in just a moment.
Attention pits racers. I am not going to have a driver's meeting today because of everything going on, and with most of my staff being up early this morning at 6:30 to get the track dry. So what we're going to do is, once I conclude the finals, we're going to have a quick break for the staff. I'm going to get the track prepped, and then we're going to get into the 2 rounds of qualifying. So just a reminder, so everybody knows, today it is the rod race. So we got the nice rods up for grabs today, and compliments of Wayne McKinnon and Neighbors Mechanical. Just a couple of reminders for the guys who aren't out that much. Don't forget, if you're running Super Pro and you're not running crosstalk, make sure you have an N after your dial-in. Make sure if you're deep staging, you got deep on both front and back and side windows. Make sure your numbers and your dial-ins are correct on both front and back windows. Also, reminder, top end right away is the left-hand lane. Also, True Start is on, and courtesy staging, we do encourage it, but we don't enforce it. The run order, once we get going, is going to be Pro, Super Pro, Testin, Sportsman, Junior Street, Street Legal, and Junior Dragster. So the guys that paid for Testin today, you guys are going to be after Super Pro each time. Once we also get into that second race, those of you that are licensing, you guys can come up anytime, but you're going to be run at the end of the class, because I can't put you in the middle of a class. So once again, once we get into the second race, it's going to be Pro, Super Pro, Testin, Sportsman, Junior Street, Street Legal, and Junior Dragster. You guys are going to get 2 qualifying hits before we go into eliminations. You guys be prepared to run late, because I'm going to try to get this race done. If we don't get the race done, because we have till 10 o'clock, is what we've got, as long as the track stays with us. We'll go as far as we can today, and if we have to do some adjustment tomorrow, and we've only got 1 race tomorrow, and if we have to finish this race, we will. So, like I said, no driver's meeting. Make sure right after the second round of qualifying, when you hear ladders are being posted, make sure to go and make sure you're on the ladder. If you are not on the ladder, you come to the tower ASAP, please. So at this time right now, I'm going to call all finalists to the stage lanes. I got Super Pro, Pro, Sportsman, and Street Legal. So at this time, all finalists, you can make your way to the staging lanes. Thank you.
We are calling all finalists to the staging lanes for Pro, Super Pro, Sportsman, and Street Legal, please. That is all finalists to the staging lanes. On behalf of the Saskatchewan Drag Racing Association, we want to thank everybody for sticking it out in the hot weather. We thank you, spectators. You come and made today an amazing day, and we are not done yet. Also, we want to thank all of our staff. They have been absolute troopers. Some of them have been here since 6 o'clock, 6:30 this morning, trying to get this track turned around. As you can see, the work has paid off. So the SDRA wants to thank each and every one of you, racers, staff, fans, for being with us today for our Free Spectator Day. We thank you for putting up with the heat. We greatly, greatly appreciate it. We're still calling our finalists to the staging lanes, please. Can we get our finalists to the staging lanes? All right, folks, you hear the engines fire. We are ready for our finals in our Super Pro division. This should be a heck of a race. We thank you again for hanging out with us all day in the heat. This is our first race. This is a rain-out race from about a month ago. This is the finals. Our finalists in the Super Pro division are Sean Lasham in the left-hand lane out of Pilot Butte. He's sponsored by Impressions in Fred Regina. They are the official supplier of clothing for SIR. His opponent in the right-hand lane is Fred Schwab from the RM of Dundurn. He's rocking a 1975 AMC Hornet. The Chevy 2's dialed a 9:56. The Hornets dialed an 11:33. A nearly 2-second head start is what is going to appear to be for Fred Schwab in the Hornet. And it is a clean start. Schwab looks to hold the advantage, but it is starting to disappear now. Sean is on the way, and he's going to pick up the win. The Chevy 2 has picked up the win. That's your Super Pro winner for our rain-out race. He ran a 9:54 and a 9:56. He did break out, but he broke out just a little bit less than his opponents. Congratulations to Sean Lasham of Pilot Butte. You are our Super Pro winner for this race. It's taken about a month to complete, but congratulations all the same. All right, moving right into our Pro Division final here. We've got left-hand lane is Heller Bennett in the 1992 Ford Mustang. She's dialed an 11:14. Braden Haru dialed a 9:50 on the Oldsmobile Cutlass. This should be a heck of a battle. Now, if you're at all like me, you think the 90s was like only 10 to 20 years ago, but that's false now. So we've got a 30-year-old car in the left-hand lane. That pains me to say it. And we got a 58-year-old car in the right-hand lane. Obviously, neither of them in stock configuration anymore. It's Heller Bennett, the Fox Body Mustang in the left-hand lane. She is going to appear to have the head start over Braden Haru. It will be up to him to hunt her down at the top end. All right, pre-stage and stage lights are on. And it's a clean start for both vehicles. Scat Rat 2 is going to have to do some work to catch up with the Mustang. The Mustang is trying to hold it off. Oh, this is going to be tight. Look at the top end. And it's Braden Haru, a 9:49 on a 9:50. He breaks out, but he breaks out less than Heller Bennett. She ran an 11:11 on an 11:14. Braden Haru has picked up the win in our rain-out race. Congratulations to him on that one. All right, Sportsman coming at you live. It's Chad Novak. He's also our finalist in our street legal division, so he's going to be hot lapping this thing just about. It's a 1494 dial-in for Chad Novak in the Y2K Ford Mustang. And in the right-hand lane, it's Sydney Weeks. She's dialed in at a 1301. Chad Novak will have nearly a 2-second head start on Sydney Weeks. Sydney Weeks is sponsored by Performance Plus, Canadian Industrial Welding, Bessie Customs, and RT Automotive. Everybody's staged up and ready to roll. Clean start. Here we go. Pilar is going to hunt down that Mustang. The Mustang's trying to stampede out the back end. Oh, it's going to be close, folks. That gap is tightening up ever so much. And Sydney Weeks pulls it off, a 1302 on a 1301. Sydney Weeks has won our Sportsman race. Congratulations, Sydney. She is going to be ecstatic. Chad Novak, unfortunately, broke out on that one. But Sydney Weeks, though, would have been tough to beat. She ran a 1302 on a 1301. She managed that so well. She adjusted her dial in time, and it paid off. She is a winner today here. And we're just going to wait for Chad Novak to come back around for the Street Legal Finals. We'll need his dance partner in staging here shortly. Okay, well, it looks like we're going to have a licensing pass here on the double parachute packs on there. Second gen Camaro. This is Alex Fario of Dundurn. That's a 1977 model. We'll see what he does on this licensing pass. Again, for licensing, you're going a certain distance, proving that you have control over the car. I'm not sure which licensing pass this is for him, so we'll see how much of the track he makes use of, but that is the plan. And the Camaro's on his licensing pass. 1079 at 120 miles an hour. And we've got our street legal finals in station lanes here. And should be ready to go right away. All right, Chad Novak went to the finals in Sportsman, could not pick up the W. You know he's going to want to pick up the W in Street Legal, but to do so, he's going to have to go through Walter Furnetz in the '08 Corvette. Ford versus Chevrolet, Mustang versus Corvette. And you want to talk... And you want to talk about a headhunter race here. Listen to this, folks. Chad Novak, he's dialed in 1494. Walter Furnetz dialed at 1098, a nearly 4-second gap. Walter Furnetz is going to have to sit on the starting line for about 4 seconds before he can go. That is extremely difficult to do. And the gap starts now. And this is a headhunter race. He's got to close that 4-second gap on Novak. Novak's going to try and hold him off, but Furnetz is charging hard. Oh, boy. Out the top end. And it is Walter Furnetz, an 11:09 on a 10:98. He ran 119 miles an hour. Chad Novak, a 15:17 on a 14:94. Walter Furnetz is your street legal winner. He picked up the win in our street legal class from our rain-out race. All right, folks.
Okay, Ebony, let's set this pair. They're just going to chase each other down the track. So start line, you guys don't have to worry about anything. He's going to go down the track as if the police car is chasing him.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, get ready. Coming soon, a brand new Saskatchewan television series, Copper Hill Road. Set on the back roads of the prairies, it's packed with fast cars, daring stunts, unforgettable characters, and plenty of small town trouble. And making his way to the track now is the star of the show. It's a bright yellow 1969 Dodge Charger. But do not get too comfortable, because where this Charger goes, trouble usually is not far behind. So keep your eyes on the track. The word is the local sheriff, the Smokey, has finally caught up with him. And it looks like we're about to witness one of the wild chases that Copper Hill Road, our Saskatchewan television series, is going to be known for. Ladies and gentlemen, give them a warm Saskatchewan welcome as we celebrate a series filmed right here at home. That is Copper Hill Road. Oh, the Chargers decide he wants a number on the board here. Let's see what happens. Now, I don't know if the Smokey's around anywhere, but we'll see. Okay, Chargers got the green light. Let's see if trouble tends to follow him is what I hear. Oh, look at that, folks. Here it comes. Here comes the sheriff. He is on his way. He's trying to get that Charger down. They're both running in the same lane. Folks, can you believe this? Oh, Copper Hill Road is going to be amazing. This is the kind of action that we see that, oh, boy, he's going to catch him up at the top end there. Oh, and see if he's going to pull over in that Charger for him or he's going to run out the back door. But again, we want to thank everybody for witnessing that. Copper Hill Road. That's a new Saskatchewan television series. It's going to be set on the back roads of the prairies. Look forward to seeing it. Thank you for that run. All right, the finals are done, so we're going to give our staff about a 20-minute break so they can grab some food, grab some shade, do what they need to do. So we've got a 20-minute break coming up. This would be a good time to head to the souvenir shop. This would be a good time to head to Hector's Grub Hub. Great time to head to the beer gardens, grab yourself a bathroom, grab yourself some shade, whatever you need to do. We'll be back with our second round of time trials in about 20-odd minutes or so. Thank you, everybody.
Rod, can you come to the tower, please? Rod?
Hey folks, we got ourselves a 50-50 winner here. They're going to win themselves $695, so check your ticket if you've got it handy. This is the winning number, 2717565. If this is your ticket, please make your way up to the tower and collect your winnings. Again, that number is 2717565. Our winning 50-50 ticket number, if this is your ticket, please make your way to the tower. This is ticket number 2717565. That's 2717565. If this is your ticket, please make your way up to the tower here. I have got your winnings, all $695. You make your way to the tower. That's 2717565. We're going to send out some congratulations to Jordan Flanzer. He is the winner of our 50-50 today. That's Jordan Flanzer. He picked himself up $695. Congratulations, Jordan. Don't spend it all in one place. And we're going to call Pro to staging lanes 5 and 6, please. We are calling Pro to staging lanes 5 and 6, please. We are calling Pro to staging lanes 5 and 6, please. That is Pro to staging lanes 5 and 6. Thanks again to all of our spectators sticking it out with us. Just in a little bit, we're going to be starting our second round of time trials, but I will let you know closer to when we're ready to go. So you can stay in the shade, stay cool, all that good stuff. I will let you know when we're getting ready for our second round of time trials. But we are calling Pro to staging lanes 5 and 6. We can see our track crews out here spraying, putting down that traction compound for us. Again, it smells like model glue and it's sticky. If you've ever spilled Coke on a linoleum floor, let it dry and then tried to walk on it, that's about the effect. That is about the effect of that traction compound. So we're calling Pro the staging lanes 5 and 6. We're going to get our second round of time trials going shortly. If you're enjoying some shade, please continue to do so. I will let you know when we're ready to go for our second round of time trials. Again, Hector's Grub Hub is open. Best damn food you can have at a racetrack. They've still got that pulled pork on a bun with potato salad and coleslaw on special for today. Spectators, again, if you have, make sure you have an orange ticket, and if you don't, you need to head to the souvenir booth because you're going to want one of those. We're going to do some prizes, I think, a little bit later. So if you don't have an orange ticket, make sure you get to the souvenir booth, which is just right over here, and grab one of those for yourself. As well, if you're looking for some SIR swag, it's our 60th anniversary. This is collector's items here. You can head to the souvenir shop as well. They've got t-shirts in every color, size, and description. They've got hats. There's, I think I saw hoodies. There's some work shirts. There's all kinds of stuff. And, of course, there's a very beautiful 16th anniversary SIR calendar in there for you as well. So if you haven't grabbed that, make your way on over to the souvenir shop. Grab yourself some of that. If you need some ear protection for yourself or for your little ones, I think we're selling some there too. And, of course, if you want a clean, crisp, cool, responsible adult beverage, make your way on over to the Mackenzie Auto Group Beer Gardens. And if you buy some Great West product, you can leave your receipt with them there, and that will actually help out the track. So buy some Great West product, leave the receipt there. That helps us, that helps you. And again, if you've liked what you've seen so far, we're back at it tomorrow. We've got another points race, and then we've got a bit of a lull for a couple weeks, and then we'll be back at it August 14th. That's going to be points race number 8. And then on the 15th of August, mark your calendar, be here or be square. It is the 60th anniversary edition of the South Winds Showdown. You're going to want to be here. We got jet cars. We got some cars that drink alcohol. We've got a bike that runs nitro. All kinds of stuff. I know our track manager, Skip, has been working super hard getting that stuff organized. So that is August the 15th. That's the 60th anniversary of our South Winds Showdown show. You're going to want to be here for that. It is phenomenal. And then August 29th and 30th, we'll have point season final 9 and 10. And then September 13th and 27th, we're going to have Performance Plus Street Legal. So if you're sitting in the stands, you're looking at this thinking, geez, I could do that. Well, good news, you can. Pay $50, pass through tech, and you can do some street legal racing here at our track. That's September 13th and September 27th. As well, that's our Big Bucks Fall Finale. That's September 19th and 20th, just about a month after the Southwind Showdown. That is going to be an incredible race here. That's September 19th and 20th. That's your Big Bucks Fall Finale. That's the schedule going on here at SIR for the rest of the season. Again, we're back tomorrow if you want to join us. It would be great to have as many people out here as possible. And, of course, we're going to thank our sponsors. We've got YXE Jeep and Ram Center of Saskatoon, North Country Customs Heavy Duty Division, the Saskatoon Truck Center, Continental Auto Body Restoration, and Laser Auto Body. And, of course, as we have said, the sponsor... All SIR staff back to your positions, please. All SIR staff back to your positions. Pro, if you could make your way to station lanes 5 and 6, that would be spectacular. So all SIR staff back to your positions. And again, we want to thank Last Mountain Berry Farms and Sharon Isaac for sponsoring Free Spectator Day. We hope you've enjoyed it. I hope you can stick with us a little bit longer. It's 2 races for the price of none. We had our rain out race, which you've seen, and we've got our rod race, which is coming up next. We're going to do 2 rounds of time trials, and then we'll be into elimination. So please do hang with us. We love having you out here. It's great to see the stands with some people in them, so I appreciate you all being out here. As well, for thanking our sponsors, we've got to talk about ABS Competition Enterprises of Regina, Amigos Auto Wrecking of Clavette, Audio Warehouse of Saskatoon, BBJ 5-Star Service, ECU Works, Extreme Transmission of Saskatoon, Hardcore Performance Specialties of Saskatoon, Hub Automatic Transmission in Saskatoon, Impact Diesel Performance, Kelvin's Wheel, Lesco Distributors, Performance Plus, Precision Performance of Edmonton, Precise Engines, Queen City Performance, Randy's Diesel Repair, RPM of Saskatoon, RWH Motorsports, Saskatoon Co-op on Avenue C, Superior Diesel Services, Thane's Big T Auto Repair, and Tiger Automotive. As well, all SIR staff back to your positions, please. As all SIR staff back to your positions. We also need to thank Full Line Ag of Saskatoon, Unified Auto Parts Napa, Sask Autolift, CIWS, that's the Canadian Industrial Welding Services, DAB Welding of Saskatoon, Dynacrane Services, Dynamic Balancing, Hydro Dig, Ishtar Concrete, Lindale Concrete Supply, Prairie Crane, Scooters Trenching, and Whitecap Supply. And just for our spectators to know, once we're into action here with our second race, it's going to go real smooth. Everyone's on the property, so the buy-run thing that we saw earlier won't be a thing as much in this one. If we have an odd number of cars, yeah, we might see a buy-run or two, but it won't be as it was previous. So we thank you for sticking with us. We also got to thank Sask Lotteries, the Snooker Shack of Saskatoon, and Crosscut Films. As well, Axis Electric of Saskatoon, Avenir Energy, TR Petroleum, VP Racing Fuels of Saskatoon and Calgary, Wendell Clark's, Pepsi Cola Canada, and Medivie Health Services. They're providing the ambulance and the paramedics to go with it. So we got to thank them for being out here with us. We got to thank the Saskatoon Police Service and their Saskatoon Police Street Legal Safety Program. We got to thank SGI, Transcare Rescue, Competition Muffler, Dennis Tire Center, OK Tire of Saskatoon. For printing signs and souvenirs, we need to thank Garage Inc., Classic Promotions, Globe Printers here in Saskatoon, Impressions and Thread of Regina, LB Signs of Saskatoon, Listyle Trophies Limited, and Quick Times Magazine. And for our rentals, we're going to thank United Rentals, Link Trailer Rentals, Little John Rentals, and the Rent It Store. All right, folks, we are back to it here. We just got the word from the track manager that we are ready to rock and roll. So this is time trials again. So you're going to see all of these cars run twice. And then after that, we'll get into eliminations. Things should move very smoothly and speedily here this afternoon. We thank everybody for being out here with us. We appreciate it. Thanks to all the drivers as well. I know you got to be losing water weight out there for sure. So thank you for hanging in there. I know we could use some cloud cover, I think, but no such luck. We got some heat now. We're ready to rock and roll. All right, fans. Time trials are coming at you. We're going to begin in our pro division. It should be a fun afternoon. Again, thanks to everybody who stuck with us, especially if you were here early this morning. I hope you had lots of water. I hope your sunscreen supply is holding out, all that good stuff. All right. All right, folks, here we go. Next round of time trials coming at you. You'll hear from me as the classes change up and as need be. So sit back, enjoy. We're going to hit some tunes for you. And enjoy the smell of burning rubber and race fuel. We're calling Super Pro to station lanes 5 and 6, please. That is Super Pro to station lanes 5 and 6 for your time trials. Super Pro 5 and 6. We're calling Super Pro to station lanes 5 and 6, please. Super Pro to station lanes 5 and 6. Super Pro to 5 and 6, please. Super Pro to 5 and 6. Can we get testers to staging lanes 1 and 2, please? Can we get testers to staging lanes 1 and 2, please? Coming up in time trials, it's our Super Pro Division. This is our Super Pro Division getting their first time trial for our race this afternoon. Super Pro again, fastest class we run here at SIR on the regular. So sit back, kick back, and enjoy. We're calling testers to staging lanes 1 and 2, please. Testers, staging lanes 1 and 2. All right, folks, who out there likes some free stuff? I like free stuff, because boy, is everything expensive right now. So we're going to give away some free stuff. Now, those orange tickets I've been talking about all day, do you happen to have your orange tickets nearby and handy? You're going to want those. Give you a couple seconds to grab them here. And we got all kinds of ticket numbers here, so I'll call them a few times. And if you hear your ticket number called, you're going to head on over to the souvenir shop. That's where you're going to go if your ticket number is called. So here we go. We're looking for tickets. (209-5224), 209-5349, 209-5418, 209-4031, 209-5334, 209-5423, 209-4175, 209-4215, 209-5248, 209-5369, 209-5322, 209-5404, 209-4039, and 209-5401. Don't worry, I'll be announcing those numbers for a little while yet. It's awfully noisy right now, so if you didn't have your ticket handy, that's all right. But we will be calling them throughout the day. But if you did hear your ticket number called, you can make your way on over to the souvenir shop, grab yourself some cool gear. We got all kinds of stuff to give away today. So if you heard your orange ticket number called, make your way to the souvenir shop and get your prize. Can we get sportsmen to 5 and 6, please? Sportsmen to 5 and 6, please. Just a reminder as well, if you've got your air conditioning on, you might want to turn it off here. We don't want any condensation on the track. So I know it's blazing hot, I'm sorry to say it, but air conditioning off, please. We'll try and keep that condensation off the track so we can keep the action rolling. Again, we are in our Super Pro Division time trials. All right, folks, coming to the lines now is our next round of testers here. Sportsmen, we're looking for you in 5 and 6. Testers are coming to the line right now. All right, we're going to call those orange ticket numbers again. This is the orange ticket you should have gotten when you rolled it in. We've got a couple EVs in staging lane, so I'm going to try and take the time now to get these numbers out to you. So they're all 2-0, so we're going to skip that part. So 2-0 is the front end of the ticket regardless. We're skipping that. All right, so the ticket numbers are thus 2-0. Here we go. 95224. 95349. 95418. 94031. Junior Street to 1 and 2, please. Junior Street to 1 and 2. We're looking for ticket numbers 95334, 95423, 94175, 94215, 95248, 95369, 95322, 95404, 94039, and 95401. If those are your ticket numbers, please make your way to the souvenir booth at the building there and grab your free swag. I'll try and run the numbers for you here again in a moment. But again, if that is your ticket number, make your way to the souvenir shop. There's some free stuff just waiting for you. So those numbers again, 95224, 95349, 95418, 94031, 95334, 95423, 94175, 94215, 95248, 95369, 95322, 95404, 94039, and 95401. If those are your orange ticket numbers, you can make your way to the souvenir shop and grab yourself some free stuff. Can we get Junior Street to station lanes 1 and 2, please, as Junior Street to station lanes 1 and 2. All right, we're into our sportsman time trials here. This is our sportsman division. They're round of time trials. First round of time trials for our second race this afternoon. Can we get street legal to 5 and 6, please? That is street legal to 5 and 6. All right, we got our junior street division coming out for their time trials. This is what we affectionately know as our co-pilot class. You got a legal parent or guardian in the car with you, be 15, 16 years old. These are going to be 8th mile shots. This is our junior street division. Again, we're looking for some orange tickets. If you got those handy, we're looking for 95,401, 94,039, 95,404, 95,322, 95,369, 95,248, 94,215, 94,175, 95,5423, 95,334, 94,031, 95,418, 95,349, and 95,224. That is your orange ticket. Please do make your way over to the souvenir shop. Grab yourself some cool free swag. Paging Junior Dragster, you are being called to station lanes 1 and 2. Junior Dragster, station lanes 1 and 2. All right, folks, we're going to call those orange ticket numbers again. We're looking for 95,369. Again, they all have 20 at the start, so I'm not calling that. 95322, 94039, 95401, 95224, 95418, 95334, and 94175. If that is your ticket number, please make your way to the souvenir shop to grab your gear. Souvenir shop is going to close at 5:30 today, so if you're looking for some 60th anniversary swag, you got about 50 minutes to make your way over to the souvenir shop. There's shirts in all shapes, sizes, colors, and descriptions. you're going to want to grab that because by the time of the Southwind Showdown, that stuff is going to go fast. So make your way down to the souvenir shop, grab yourself your 60th anniversary swag. It is really spectacular. I picked up my shirt this morning. You're going to want to go and grab that as well. As well, if you are feeling hungry as we're getting close to 5 o'clock, you can head over to Hector's Grub Hub, grab yourself a bite to eat. It is the best damn food you can have at a racetrack. They've got pulled pork on a bun with potato salad and coleslaw. That is a special for today. And as well, we need to continue to thank the Last Mountain Berry Farm and Sean Isaac for sponsoring our free Spectator Day. It's great to see all of you out here. I'm glad to see a bit of shade developing on some of our stands there. I know it's incredibly hot out. Thank you for being with us. The SDRA wants to thank you for hanging with us today. We really appreciate it. We hope you all come back for that Southwind Showdown and indeed for our points races throughout the rest of the season. Thank you for being out here. Please do stay hydrated. Make sure your sunscreen's on. And enjoy it. Again, we are now into our street legal time trials here. This is our street legal time trials. All right, coming up next in time trials, it's our junior dragster division. We got 3 of these cars. They're a little dragster. They run a 4-stroke engine. Drivers are between 7 and 14 years old. I think we've got some 7 and 8-year-olds out here today. This is our junior dragster division. They're going to get their times dialed in just like everybody else. So we got 3 of them here. We got 1 single and 2 pairs. And this is the end of our junior drag. This will be the end of the first round of time trials. We'll do a quick prep and then we'll be back with the second round of time trials right away. But right now, please enjoy the junior dragster division. We are calling pro to staging lanes 5 and 6, please. Pro to staging lanes 5 and 6. This will be your second and last time trial for our second race here. Pro to staging lanes 5 and 6. We're still looking for a few orange ticket numbers. They're all 2-0, so I'll skip that. We're looking for 95369, 95322, 94039, 95401, 95224, 95418, 95334, and 94175. If you are the lucky owner of one of those ticket numbers, please do make your way over to the souvenir shop to grab your stuff. Souvenir shop is going to close at 5:30, so you got about 35 minutes to go claim your prize. Or if you just want to buy some cool SIR swag, including our very beautiful 60th anniversary calendar, you're going to want to make your way over to the souvenir shop. It's going to close for the day at 5:30. Junior dragsters have completed their time trials. We're going to have a quick prep, and then we'll get on with the second round of time trials. Pro, we're looking for you in 5 and 6, please. That is pro to station lanes 5 and 6. All right, folks, it looks like it's going to be a couple minutes here. We just got to figure out what's down on the track and what we're going to do about it. I'll let you know when I know more. But if you have them, since we got a moment, if you need a drink, head on over to Mackenzie Auto Group Beer Gardens. Grab yourself a clean, crisp, cool, responsible adult beverage. You can head on down to the souvenir shop. It's going to close in about 27 minutes. It's going to close at 5:30. So if you want some SIR swag, make your way over there. As well, if you got your orange ticket handy, we're looking for tickets 95,369, 95,322, 94,039, 95,401, 95,224, 95,418, 95,334, and 94,175. If that's your ticket, head on over to the souvenir shop. All right, folks, we got some oil in the left lane. We're going to be down for a few minutes here, folks. So we got some oil in the left lane. We are going to be down for a few moments, unfortunately. If you've got a moment, grab yourself some shade if you can. We'll let you know when we're a little bit closer to going here. But we do have some oil down in the left lane. We're going to be down for a little bit. If you're spectating, grab yourself a bite to eat, grab yourself a drink, grab yourself some swag. Also, if you'd like, you can follow us on social media. You can find us on Facebook, you can find us on Instagram, and you can find us on YouTube. So do join us there, please, for all of our race updates. And I will be back in a little bit. Now, folks, you have heard us talk a lot about the Last Mountain Berry Farms. They've sponsored our free Spectator Day today, but guess what? They've also sponsored a scrubber that's out there doing some work for us right now. So we got to thank the Last Mountain Berry Farms for that, because holy cow, they are keeping us going. They're spreading the joy. You can find them at lmbf.com. Thanks again for the scrubber. This helps our turnaround time. Again, unfortunately, we had a bit of oil down on that left-hand lane, but the Last Mountain Berry Farm scrubber is coming through. All right, folks, the souvenir shop is going to close down in about 15 minutes. We're going to do that orange ticket call again. So the 2 zeros on all of the tickets, so we're skipping that. Looking for tickets 95369, 95322, 94039, 95401, 95224, 95418 95334 and 94175. If that is your orange ticket number, you can make your way on over to the souvenir shop and grab yourself your free swag. As well, if you just want to head on over there to get out of the heat for a few minutes, that's perfectly understandable. You can find some 60th anniversary shirts, a 60th anniversary calendar, and all kinds of SIR merch of every shape, size, and description. And again, we're going to thank the Last Mountain Berry Farms for sponsoring the Scrubber, for sponsoring our Free Spectator Day. We appreciate everybody being out here, hanging out in the heat with us today. So thanks again to the Last Mountain Berry Farm and Sean Isaac for sponsoring the Scrubber and sponsoring Free Spectator Day. On behalf of the SDRA, we just want to thank all of our spectators hanging out with us in our bit of downtime here. Unfortunately, we had a bit of oil down on that left-hand lane. Fortunately, it wasn't too far. So the Last Mountain Berry Farm scrubber is out doing its job here. We're going to have to do a little bit more prep after that, but not a ton. So it will be a little bit yet. If you are feeling hungry, Hector's Grub Hub is your ticket. If you need a drink, you can head on over to the Mackenzie Auto Group Beer Garden. Grab yourself a clean, cool, crisp, responsible adult beverage. Or if you just want a bit of AC, the souvenir shop is going to be open for about 10 more minutes. If you want some 60th anniversary gear, you can make your way over there. But again, on behalf of the SDRA, we want to thank everybody for hanging out with us today in the heat. We know it's a long day, but we appreciate you all being here and taking in some fine drag racing, and we hope to see you again before the season's done. All right, fans, I think we should take a moment to give a hand to all of our staff out there who are working super hard for us. If you don't mind joining me in a round of applause for our staff today. Some of them have been here since 6 o'clock, 6:30. They have had to turn this track around after all of the rain. They're turning it around again right now. So a huge round of applause for everyone who's working on the staff today. Man, it's deeply appreciated. We cannot do it without you. Thank you so much for your hard work and your dedication, especially today. All right, it's going to be last call for the souvenir shop. It's going to be closing in 15 minutes. This is your last call if you want to grab some SIR gear to prove that you were here. Souvenir shop's going to close in 15 minutes. And we've still got some unclaimed prizes for our orange tickets. Let's run through those numbers again. We'll give you a quick sec to grab them. If you've got your orange ticket handy, you might want to pull that out right now. The first two numbers on all of the tickets are 20. But if you are in possession of ticket 95369, 95322, 94039, 95401, 95224, 95418, 95334, or 94175, you've got 15 minutes to make your way over to the souvenir shop and grab your free gear. All right, those ticket numbers again were 95369, 95322, 94039, 95401, 95224, 95418, 95334, and 94175. If that is your orange ticket, make your way over to the souvenir shop, grab yourself your free swag. All right, looks like we're applying some traction compound by hand here. Again, huge round of applause, huge shout out to all of the staff. They've been absolutely killing it today in the cooking heat. Thanks to each and every one of you for spending your Saturday with us here, working for us. And again, thank you to all of the fans for being out here, and to the Last Mountain Berry Farm for sponsoring today's Free Spectator Day. We've seen it all. All right, if we can get the drivers back to their cars, please, that would be great. If we can get your drivers back to the cars, we are just about ready to rock and roll again. Thank you for your patience, racers. Thank you for your patience, fans. We greatly appreciate it. We know it's been a long day. It's been a heck of a day. But yeah, drivers, you can make your way back to your cars, please. Hey, we got a message from the staff for Sean Isaac. They want to thank him for the scrubber. That really made the turnaround quite a bit faster today. So from all of the staff to Sean Isaac of the Last Mountain Berry Farms, thank you for the scrubber. That has made this turnaround quite a bit quicker. Beforehand, it would have been absorb all. I did some work with top end last year. Sometimes we were putting rice flour down to absorb oil, and then we had to broom it off and then do all the prep and stuff. It was time consuming. It was back breaking. So again, thanks to Sean Isaac and the Last Mountain Berry Farm for sponsoring that scrubber, because holy Toledo, it has made such a huge difference for us. Again, that's the Last Mountain Berry Farm. Sean Isaac, thank you from the staff for the scrubber. All right, if you're a member of the Isaac family, there's a congregation of you all down in the middle there. So if you're a member of the Isaac family, you can make your way into the starting booth there. I see a few folks waving, so I'm assuming there's some people they're waving at. You can join them there for a bit of up close and personal action as we're getting ready to rock and roll again. All right, folks, round 2 of time trials coming right up. This is our pro division. So thanks again for hanging out with us, being patient with us. We deeply appreciate it. Sit back and enjoy some time trials. This is our pro class. All right, Super Pro, we are calling you to 5 and 6. Super Pro to station lanes 5 and 6, please. We are in the Pro time trials, but we are calling Super Pro to 5 and 6. Calling Super Pro to 5 and 6, please. Super Pro to 5 and 6. Also, we still have a Sask Health Services health card up here. If it is yours, please do make way to the tower and grab it before you leave today. Something perhaps to let go on that last pass, so our track staff is going to go check it out here. Once again, we appreciate everyone hanging out with us here today. We just got to check and make sure everything is good to continue on. So we're going to take a moment, check it out, and we will let you know when I know more. All right, we got the situation under control. We're going to be back at her. Can we get testers to 1 and 2, please? Testers to 1 and 2. That's testers to 1 and 2. All right, we are into Super Pro time trials. This is Super Pro time trials. This is their second and last shot before we get into eliminations. This is our Super Pro division. We're calling Sportsman to station lanes 5 and 6, please. Sportsman to station lanes 5 and 6, please. Can we get Junior Street to staging lanes 1 and 2, please? As Junior Street to staging lanes 1 and 2. We're into testing in our second round of time trials, but we're looking for Junior Street to staging lanes 1 and 2, please. Pro and Super Pro ladders have been posted. The ladders for Pro and Super Pro have been posted at the tech shed. We're getting ready for elimination. So Pro and Super Pro, your ladders are posted. And we're looking for Junior Street and staging lanes 1 and 2, please. As Junior Street to staging lanes 1 and 2. We're getting street legal to staging lanes 5 and 6, please. Street legal to staging lanes 5 and 6, please. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. If you are checking the ladder and you are not on it, make your way to the tower as soon as possible. If for some reason you are not on the ladder, make your way to the tower, please. Pro and Super Pro ladders are posted on the tech shed. Please make sure you are on it, and if you are not, please proceed to the tower ASAP. Calling street legal to staging lanes 5 and 6, please. Street legal to staging lanes 5 and 6. All right, we got our junior streets coming. Again, this is our co-pilot class. We got some 15 and 16-year-olds out here. You need to have a parent or guardian in the vehicle with you, of course. This is an 8th mile shot. And this is our junior street division wrapping up their time trials. We're calling Junior Dragster to staging lanes 1 and 2, please. That is Junior Dragster to staging lanes 1 and 2. And we've moved on to our street legal division for our time trials here. This is our street legal division. Junior Dragsters, we're calling it a 1 and 2, please. Junior Dragsters to staging lanes 1 and 2. You know, turning on your lights when you're losing a drag race is just poor sportsmanship, I think. But what you gonna do? Whether it's on the highways and byways of Saskatchewan or here at the drag strip, I don't know. No, I'm just kidding. It's funny. I like to see it. But I was just like, hey. Oh, well, what can you do? We're bracket racing next for him, so we won't have to turn those on, hopefully. All right, folks, we're just going to get the top end set up for the future is now of drag racing. That's our junior dragster division. Got 3 vehicles doing time trials out here today. So we just got to make sure everything's good to go. We got some adult supervision at the top end. We got a special gate for them. And, of course, they're going to have some support down at the starting line as well. So we're just going to give it a couple of minutes here. But that's going to be the junior dragsters next for time trials. And that is going to conclude, after these 3 vehicles, our second round of time trials, and then we'll be on into eliminations. Sounds like we're going to take a quick 10-minute break just so we can get the staff out of the sun, get them hydrated, those sorts of things. So, again, we appreciate your patience with us today. The SDRA wants to thank each and every one of you for being out here. Today, we got to thank the Last Mountain Berry Farm for sponsoring our Free Spectator Day, as well as sponsoring the Scrubber, which you saw out there earlier. We deeply, deeply appreciate it. And again, we really appreciate all of your fans' patience as we have worked through an extremely long day. But Junior Dragsters coming up next. All right, folks, that concludes our time trials here. We're going to take a brief break to get the staff out of the sun, get them hydrated, all that sort of thing. So it'll be about a 10-minute break here or so. If you need something yourself, you can head on over to Hector's Grub Hub, grab yourself a bite to eat. Souvenir shop is closed, however, and you can head on over to the beer gardens, grab yourself a clean, crisp, cool, refreshing adult beverage, and we will be back for eliminations very shortly. We're calling pro to the staging lanes in 5 and 6 for the first round of eliminations. We are calling pro the staging lanes 5 and 6 for the first round of eliminations. All ladders are posted as well. All class ladders are posted. If you cannot find yourself on your ladder, please proceed to the tower and let us know immediately. But the ladders are posted for all of our classes. We are calling pro for the first round of eliminations to staging lanes 5 and 6. We are calling pro to staging lanes 5 and 6 for the first round of eliminations. All ladders are posted. If you are not on the ladder, please make your way to the tower. Calling pro to staging lanes 5 and 6 for the first round of eliminations. We are calling pro to staging lanes 5 and 6 for the first round of eliminations. As pro to staging lanes 5 and 6 for the first round of eliminations. You can find your opponent, your dance partner, and make your way to staging lanes 5 and 6. That would be greatly appreciated. We are calling pro to staging lanes 5 and 6, please. All SIR staff to your positions, please. All SIR staff to your positions. Pro to staging lanes 5 and 6 for the first round of eliminations. That is pro to staging lanes 5 and 6 for the first round of eliminations. SIR staff, please do return to your positions, please. All right, folks, we are getting ready for eliminations here. We've got 30 cars in our pro division. Half of them will not return for the second round. That's how it works. It's a best of one deal. You win, you advance, you lose, your day is done. So as the cars come to the starting line, a number is going to appear at the finish line, also known as the top end on those scoreboards down there. This is what's called the dial-in time. Think of it as calling your shot in pool. In that situation, it's 8-ball, side pocket. Here, it is that number on the board. And so in many cases, it will be a staggered start. The theory is, if both vehicles run their number, they should cross the finish line at the same time. That's a big F, however, though, because reaction time, how quick the cars leave the line, and if the dial-in time is correct, play a factor in how the car runs. So it sounds simple, but it proves to be pretty difficult. Leave too soon, you go red, you lose. Leave too late, you give your opponent too much of an advantage, you lose. Run too fast, that's called a breakout, that's a disqualification, and you lose. Run too slow, give your opponent too much of an advantage, guess what? You lose. How do you win a bracket race? Be good on the reaction time, be correct on your dial-in time. That is how you win in bracket racing. So we've got... All right, so we got 30 cars in our first round of pro eliminations. That's 15 pairs that we're going to see, and that's how many will come back for round number 2. So it's one and done. In our left-hand lane, this is Martin Marchuk from Regina, Saskatchewan. That is a 1968 Ford Mustang. He'd like to thank ABS Competition and Bennett Auto Repair. His opponent is also driving a Mustang. This is Chase Strand from Bulya, Saskatchewan. That's a 2001 model. He'd like to thank Capital Cabs and Fast and Friendly Service. So we've got Mustang versus Mustang. We're going to find out who's king of the corral in the first round here. Martin Marchuk in the left-hand lane. He's dialed at 1029. Chase Strand is dialed at 1173, and the win light is going to come on for Chase Strand. Martin Marchuk left too early. He turned on that red light at the bottom. His night is done. But Chase Strand will advance to the next round of pro eliminations. Coming up next, out of Vanscoy, Saskatchewan, in the 2023 Kia EV6. That is Glenn Wright. He'd like to thank SaskEV.ca, Suncatcher Solar, Rock Paper Sun Solar, Proquito LLP Law Firm, and Turn Into Tide Bookstore. In the right-hand lane, his opponent is Keith DeJarlis from Regina. That's a 1967 Pontiac Beaumont. He'd like to thank Dynacrane, Deck Pros Performance, ABS Competition, Pro Reefer Services, and Link Trailers. And it's a clean start here. And Keith DeJarlis picks up the win. He runs an 1160 on an 1156. The Kia broke out. He ran a 1206 on a 1209. Keith DeJarlis advances to the next round. All right, next pair on the line. Floyd Scribner from Humboldt. That's a 1970 Plymouth Cuda. He'd like to thank Carica Downhole Services. And out at Casario, that's Tyson Daranoski in the 99 S10. He's got big thank yous to RWH Laser, Triumph Construction, Bridges Health, Laser Auto Body, and his beautiful supportive wife. Tyson Daranoski with the starting line advantage. Floyd Scribner is going to have to do some work. We'll see how much this tightens up at the top end. Tyson Daranoski advances. He ran a 1090 on a 1091, but he broke out less than his opponent Floyd Scribner. So Tyson Daranoski proceeds to round number 2 of our pro eliminations. All right, next up, it's Greg Amore out of Regina. That's a 2013 Mustang Cobra Jet. He'd like to thank GCA Construction of Regina. He's dialed to 958. His opponent's Dale Weiss out of Regina. That's a 1970 Oldsmobile 442W30. He's dialed himself at 1060. He has a bit of an advantage, but unfortunately, Dale turned on the red light. So the 2013 Ford Mustang will advance. His blue light will come on automatically. Greg Amore advances to the next round. His opponent, red lit. In the left-hand lane, that's the VP Fuels lane. We've got Don Barassa from Weyburn. That's a 1955 Chevrolet Bel Air. And in the right-hand lane, hailing from Regina, that is Jake Fiesel. That's a 1987 Chevrolet Camaro. He'd like to thank Advanced Electrical STEM Pro Lighting and Current Lighting. 1022 to 1071. Don Barassa is going to turn on the red light on that one. Jake Fiesel in the Camaro advances to the next round. All right, I am a big fan of Pontiac Firebirds, so it's nice to see one in the left-hand lane. You saw a bit of the nitrous purge there. That is Tim Bonnell out of Watrous. That's a 1998 Pontiac Trans Am. He's dialed himself at 1050. Walter Furnetz from Bigger, Saskatchewan has dialed an 1105 in the 08 Chevrolet Corvette. I'm going to be cheering for the Trans Am, but I'm biased. Oh, the Trans Am goes red. Walter Furnetz will advance. Turning on that bottom red light has been a theme so far in this first round of pro. Lots of wins getting handed over. Walter Furnetz will advance. He ran an 11 on an 1105. He would have broken out, but the Trans Am turned on the red light, and so his night is done. Thanks to all of our fans who stuck with us. I saw a few joining us here. We are into our first round of elimination. Drag racing is like Highlander in that at the end of the night, there can be only one. And so we're going to knock them down by half each and every round. So we've got 30 cars in pro. When they come back, it'll only be 15. Can you imagine in any other form of racing if you knocked out half the field once every lap? That's essentially what we're doing here. We go from 30 down to 15 and work our way down. All right, left-hand lane. It's Al Diamond from Viceroy. He's got Ryan Appleby in the right-hand lane. And I don't think Al's dial-in time was... He's going to dial in a 4:41. I'm not sure that that's correct. Ryan Appleby turned on the win light. Al Guyman dialed a 4:41. Not sure if that is accurate, though. Alrighty, in our left-hand lane, this is Mike Alexander. That's a 1964 Plymouth Belvedere. He's dialed himself a 1018. And in the right-hand lane, hailing from southeast Saskatchewan, well, that's Sean Isaac. We've been talking about him quite a bit today. He's with the Last Mountain Berry Farms, and they sponsored our Free Spectator Day today, so of course you should probably cheer for him. That's a 1968 Pontiac Firebird. Oh, we're moving on to a single. Something went wrong with that Firebird there, so Mike Alexander will get a solo shot into the next round. All right, this is going to be Plymouth versus Plymouth. This is Glenn Hendry in the left-hand lane. He's dialed us 1051, thanking his sponsors OK Tire and Auto and Hendry Motorsports. This is 73 Plymouth Barracuda. In the right-hand lane, it's the Stolen Dignity Plymouth Duster from 1974. That's Dwight Grzybowski. He's dialed himself a 1058. Virtually no gap on the tree. This one is going to be decided at the top end. And it is the Plymouth of Glenn Hendry that will move on to the next round. He ran a 1062 on that 1051. He gets there first. Glenn does advance. Next pair on the line. Camden Fiesel from Regina in the 79 Nova. He's dialed a 1066. And Anita Hendry in the right-hand lane in the 68 Plymouth Barracuda has dialed a 1083. She'd also like to thank OK Tire, Hendry's Motorsports, and Glenn with many exclamation points. And the thanks paid off. Anita's going to move into the next round. Camden turned on the red light. And so Anita Hendry advances to round number 2. In the left-hand lane, that's the VP Fuels lane. That is Andrew L. from Balgoni. That's a 1970 Dodge D100 dialed to 978. He will have to wait a full 2 seconds and a bit because Dave Fuzzy Kerr has dialed an 1180. He'd like to thank Mark Bennett, ABS Competition, Knight Auto Group, Subaru Sand and Gravel, and Mike Alexander. So Andrew L. is going to have to wait in the pickup truck. We'll see this one on the tree. You can see the ambers coming down. And then they start for Andrew. We've got a clean start. He was able to be patient. Super Pro to 5 and 6, please. Super Pro to staging lanes 5 and 6, please, for your first round of eliminations. In the left-hand lane, you don't see very many of these. This is a 1968 Pontiac Acadian. This is Kimberly Garlicher from Saskatoon. She'd like to thank Superior Diesel, RWH Motorsports, ABS Competition, and Outcast Racing. And in the right-hand lane, it is Mark Bennett from Emerald Park. That's a 1971 Plymouth Duster. He dialed a 9:36. He's got almost a 2-second wait as well. Kimberly Gullercher will get the green light first, and then it'll be up to Mark Bennett to close the gap down track. Clean start for both here. As you can see, Mark's going to try and tighten up that gap at the top end. Let's see what it looks like through the top. It's Mark Bennett. He will advance to the next round running at 9:41 on a 9:36. Mark Bennett advances. Already in our left-hand lane, this is Jansen Atten from Outlook. That's a 1982 Chevrolet Camaro. He'd like to thank RWH Motorsports and Triumph Construction. He's also one of the organizers of our home quarter Dragon Drive that we had here a few weeks ago. He's drawn Perry Duncan in the right-hand lane in the 1966 Chevrolet Biscayne. He's hailing from Regina. He's dialed himself a 1065. There'll be a little bit of a gap on the tree, but not a ton. All right, here we go, folks. Very even race up towards the top end. And it is Jansen Atten turning on the win light. He ran a 10:56 on a 10:49. Jansen Atten advances to round number 2. Watch the car in the right-hand lane. That is Ryan Doherty. That Challenger has been known to yank its wheels off at the hit of the throttle. He's drawing Brandon Bennett in the left-hand lane in the 1984 Ford Mustang. Brandon dialed a 9:36. Ryan dialed a 10:19. It'll be the Mustang that has to wait ever so slightly on the bad influence Challenger of Ryan Doherty. And Mark Bennett is doing work trying to close that gap up. It is difficult to see from this angle. But indeed, it is Brandon Bennett who will advance to the next round. All right, now we've got a matchup. You saw this one a little bit earlier in our first race today. We've got Heller Bennett in the left-hand lane out of White City. That's a 1992 Ford Mustang. She's dialed an 1118. And in the right-hand lane, that's Braden Haru. He's the 6-time champion in this category. He's got to thank Laser Auto Body, RWH Motorsports, Scott and Glenn Uremko, and Dad and Mom. He's dialed a 950, so he will have to wait. Heller Bennett will get the starting line first. And Braden is in the chase position here. Heller is going to try and hold him off. Out towards the top end, and it is Heller Bennett who will advance. An 1118 on an 1118. Listen to this, folks. She ran an 1118 with a 1 on an 1118 dial, and that is incredibly tough to beat. Unbelievable run for Heller Bennett. Her dials have been incredible today, and she is running them super consistently. She is going to be very tough to beat. All right, we need Super Pro in 5 and 6 for that first round of eliminations, please. Super Pro to staging lanes 5 and 6. Austin Samolewski's bringing his Chevrolet Corvette to the line out of Clavette. This is a licensing pass. For licensing, you have to prove you have control of the vehicle at varying distances on the track, and so every time you do a pass, that distance gets extended, and you have to prove that you have control, that you understand your vehicle as it moves down the track. Not exactly sure which of this passes this is of Austin's here, so we'll find out if he's a full pull or if he's going to shut it off partway down just to fulfill those licensing requirements. It's a quarter-mile shot. It is a 983 at 139 miles an hour. Back end stepped out a couple of times, I think, as it was shifting gears. But other than that, a clean pass, 983 at 139 miles an hour for Austin Samolewski. We're calling Super Pro to 5 and 6, please. Super Pro 5 and 6. All right. And we're moving right into Super Pro eliminations with our first pair. This should be quite the matchup. We got one of our rails, the dragster in the left-hand lane. That's Richard Skopik in the left-hand lane. That's an 04 worthy dragster. He'd like to thank Provincial Vodka and Sewer and Pollen Mechanical. He's dialed himself an 828. And Wayne McKinnon in the 1997 Chevrolet Cavalier would like to thank BBJ 5-Star Service, Link Trailers, the Stripe Shop, and Neighbors Mechanical. He's dialed a 934, so he will leave about a full second ahead of the dragster in this one. The dragster's going to have to wait. Just waiting for everybody to stage and pre-stage. There we go, everyone's pre-staged. And turning on those stage lights there. Trying to pump in ever so slightly. The dragster's got to do some work here. And he's going to get it done. He ran an 829 on an 828. Richard Skopik advances to the next round of Super Pro. Now we've got 20 cars in our Super Pro elimination tonight, so you'll see 10 pairs of them. All right, next up it's Bob Fiesel in the left-hand lane in the 2000 Chevy Dragster, dialed a 915. Kelly Morrison in the Bad to the Bone Chevrolet Camaro, or El Camino, rather. Oh my goodness, can't believe I messed that up. That's a 1970 El Camino, dialed himself a 960. And we're gonna call testers to 1 and 2, please. Testers to 1 and 2. All right, we got Rail Car, we got Door Slammer, Dragster, El Camino. We'll settle this one on the quarter mile. It's a clean start. Dragster versus El Camino. We'll see who gets to the top end first and turn on that win light. And it's going to be Bob Fiesel from Pasqua, Saskatchewan, advancing to the next round of Super Pro. That's Bob Fiesel, who is advancing. In the left-hand lane is Kim Bodnard from Watson, Saskatchewan. That's a 1984 Chevrolet Camaro. He'd like to thank Schultz Industries, Stein Electric, RWH Motorsports. And in the right-hand lane is Sean Leschaub out of Pilot Butte. That's a 1960 Chevy 2. He'd like to thank Impressions and Thread Regina. They are indeed the official supplier of our clothing that is here this year. Kim Bodnard in the Camaro, dialed 903. And the Chevy 2 dialed a 964. Not much starting line to give away on this one. It'll be Sean Lacham moving on to the next round. He ran a 967 and a 964. Sean Lacham advances. Jack Appleby will get a bye run. He can stage it or save it, but he did do the burnout, so you got to think he's going to make sure that that number is going to stick for his next round of eliminations. He's dialed 938 on his bye run here. Calling testers to 1 and 2, please. Testers to 1 and 2. Shack. Appleby is off on a good pass here. And out the back door, he's going to run 940 on 938. We are calling Sportsman to 5 and 6, please. Sportsman for your first round of eliminations to 5 and 6. All right, our next pair here is Lou Fontaine Jr. from Saskatoon. That's a 1967 Ford Falcon. Sponsored by Athabasca Catering, Preferred Collision and Glass, Haga HD, Zell Countertop, Shield Coating, and Dada Daddio. 963 for the Falcon. Taryn McBain in the right-hand lane would like to thank Snooker Shack, Napa, LB Signs, Renegade Fuels, TR Petroleum, Diesel Medics, and Haga Mechanical. Dial to $7.99. We'll have to wait almost 2 seconds before giving chase. Lots of rail versus door car action tonight. And in this case, it's going to be the rail getting there. First, Taryn McBain advances, running an 8 flat on a 799. All right, Sportsman to staging lanes 5 and 6, please. That is Sportsman to staging lanes 5 and 6. All right, we've got dragster on dragster action now. Left-hand lane, Rich Harder out of Saskatoon. He'd like to thank Norland Blacktop, RWH Motorsports, Laser Auto Body, and Triumph Construction. And in the right-hand lane, that's Taylor Fiesel. He'd like to thank Vogt Auto, Buyer's Choice, Key Storage, Home Inspector, and the Home Inspections. 788 for the dragster in the left-hand lane, 810 for the dragster in the right. And out the back door, which dragster's going to get it done? It's going to be Rich Harder moving on to the next round. Rich Harder advances to round number 2 of Super Pro. Sportsman, we're looking for you in 5 and 7. Al Allen would like you to know that that car is for sale in the left-hand lane. I think you can find it on Facebook Marketplace if you want more of the details. It is a 1996 Olds Cutlass, sponsored by Driven Industries, RWH Motorsports. Again, the car is for sale. And out of Osler, Saskatchewan, in the right-hand lane is Mark Dick. And Mark is going to get the win light. The Falcon will advance because Al Allen turned on the red light. He was just a little bit red. Mark Dick advances to round number 2 of Super Pro. All right, it's door car and door car. It's Kurt Gessner in the left-hand lane out of Dundurn. That's a 1965 Plymouth Belvedere, dialed in 948. And in the right-hand lane is Fred Schwab in the 1975 AMC Hornet, dialed in 1139. He will get a near 2-second head start. Kurt Gessner did a good job waiting. That's very difficult to do when you're watching your opponent drive away from you. And at the top end, it's going to go to Fred Schwab in the 75 AMC Hornet. He ran an 1141 on an 1139. The win goes to Fred Schwab. He will advance. In our left-hand lane is Scott Yaremko from Chaplin, Saskatchewan. That's a 1967 Acadian Conso. He'd like to thank Link Rentals, Laser Auto Body, and APS Competition. And in the right-hand lane from Regina, it's Todd Dixon. That's a 1990 Pontiac Trans Am, dialed in at 990. He will get a bit of a second and a half roughly head start. All right, the Trans Am blew the lights on that one, so he is disqualified. Scott Yaremko will advance on a solo shot here. We'll see what Scott Yaremko does. He's going to, he's going to shut it down there a little bit. He knows he turned on the wind light. His opponent blew through the lights there and was disqualified. So Scott Yaremko moves on to round number 2. Already in our left-hand lane in the 1986 Buick Regal, it's Leroy Schmidt from Saskatoon. He'd like to thank PBR Auction and Kelly Solheim. And in the right-hand lane is Rick Brown from Indian Head in the 2006 Chevrolet Corvette. He'd like to thank the Stripe Shop and Agritactics Agronomy. He's dialed himself a 788, so he's got a fairly significant wait, about a second and a half, before he can go chasing down Leroy Schmidt. This should be a good race. It's really tightening up at the top end. It will be Rick Brown getting there first. Ran a 789 on a 788. Rick Brown in the 06 Corvette advances to round number 2. We are into our testers division here. This is Mason Boschman. This is a 1932 Bantam Altered, hailing from Dalmeny, Saskatchewan. They ran a car called the Mullet Shaker last year. It's currently for sale as a roller. If you're looking to get into it, that's a 80s Trans Am that they've got for sale. As a roller, you will need an engine and I think a drivetrain for that one. But it is in fact for sale. But right now, all their attention is on the Sweet Revenge 3. Having some really solid test passes here today. They're looking, of course, to repeat that. Mason Boschman's reaction times also on a few of those passes have been outstanding. Is in pre-stage and staged. And he runs an 897 at 147 miles an hour. That's a good run for the Sweet Revenge 3. You see the parachutes deploy. Good clean pass for the Sweet Revenge 3. That's a 897 at 147 miles an hour. In our left-hand lane, that's Arlene Harder from Saskatchewan. And in the right-hand lane, it's Val Belcher from Unity. That's a 2022 Ford Mustang Mach 1. Again, we're just doing some testing here, so there will be no staggered start. It will appear to be heads up, but again, everyone's just collecting data on their vehicles, how it runs at certain times of the day, certain humidity, certain air temperatures, all that fun stuff. And sometimes, too, you're just getting a feel for the car as well before entering our competition. And Arlene Harder goes through the top end with a 943 at 143 miles an hour. The Mustang Mach 1 runs an 1117 at 121 miles an hour. Alrighty, in our left-hand lane, in our testing division, it's Ryan Magnus in the 2010 Chevrolet Camaro from Unity. And in the right-hand lane, it's Kelvin Mon from Regina in the 83 Ford Mustang. Camaro versus Mustang, both cars turned on the red light there. But Ryan Magnus moved first. He ran an 1112 at 128 for the Camaro. The Mustang runs a 1321 at 107. And Clay Sammons will have a bye into the next round, hailing from Martinsville. That's a 1973 Plymouth Duster. So he's got a solo shot and a bye run into round number 2 of Super Pro. He's not in Super Pro, he's in testing. Can we get... We are calling Junior Street to staging lanes 3 and 4, please. Junior Street to staging lanes 3 and 4. I said Clay was advancing to the next round, but I forgot he's in testing. It's been a long day. Lost track of where we were, so Clay, just with the test pass, runs a 1098 at 123 miles an hour. And we're moving right on into our sportsman division. Again, I really enjoy this class here. Bunch of old school hot rods and those sorts of things. Junior Street, we're looking for you in lanes 3 and 4, please. Junior Street, staging lanes 3 and 4. All right, we've got 21 cars in our sportsman division here. All right, here we go. First heat in the first round of sportsmen. In the left-hand lane from Kenora, that's Chad Novak in the 2000 Ford Mustang dialed to 1494. In the right-hand lane from Melfort, Saskatchewan, that's Thorin Taylor. That's a 1978 Chevrolet Malibu. He dialed a 12:45, so he's going to have to wait about 2.5 seconds before giving chase. And it's a clean start for both vehicles here. Malibu's going to have to chase the Mustang. The Mustang's going to try and defend. Oh, that gap. What gap is it? And it's the 78 Malibu of Thor and Taylor moving on to the next round. That's a 12:52 on a 12:45. Thor and Taylor from Melfort in the Malibu advances to round number 2 in our Sportsman division. Alrighty, in our left-hand lane, this is Roy Wright from Vanscoy. That's a 2023 Tesla dual motor, dialed in at a 12:33. And in the right-hand lane, this is James Frayne from Weyburn. That's a 1961 Ford Econoline. So the engine is, in fact, underneath the cab on this one. He does have the starting line advantage here. The Tesla's going to have to give chase, and we'll see what happens. I'm a big fan of the Econoline. You just don't see very many of those at all. And we'll get to see him some more. He advances to the next round. James Frayne from Weyburn in the Econoline has moved on to round number 2 of Sportsman. And our next pair is ready to go. This is Chuck Ackister from Moose Jaw. I was from Moose Jaw, and I like to say Moose Jaw is a great place to be from. That's a 71 Dodge D100 dialed in at 12:78. His opponent, Sarah Stinson from far, far away in the 2013 Dodge Challenger. She dialed a 14:36, so there's about a 1.5 head start there. Sarah Stinson will try and defend that lead. Chuck Ackister is going to have to try and take it. And out the back door, this one will go to Chuck Ackister, a 12:86 on a 12:78. Chuck Ackister will advance. All right, we've got a marquee matchup here, folks. This is Amanda Jacek-Flaman in the left-hand lane. That's a 1990 Pontiac Trans Am GTA, dialed in 1184. Her opponent in the first round is Chantel Hendry. She is a three-peat champion in the Sportsman division. She's dialed at 1297 in her 70 Plymouth Duster. She'd like to thank OK Tire and Auto Service and Hendry's Motorsports. Again, an absolute marquee matchup here. These are both masters of their craft. But only one can move on. And it's going to be Chantel Hendry moving on to round number 2. Chantel Hendry advances a 13:05 on a 12:97. Our next pair is Chris Burr from Warman. That's a 1988 Ford Mustang, dialed in at 12:15. And in the right-hand lane is Sydney Weeks from Saskatoon. That's a 1964 Dodge Polara. We're bringing Junior Dragster to 1 and 2, please. Junior Dragster to 1 and 2. Sydney Weeks would like to thank Performance Plus, Canadian Industrial Welding, Best Customs, and RT Automotive. Mustang's going to have to go hunting for that Polara here. We'll see. That starting line advantage is starting to evaporate, and boy, is this one going to be close to the top. Chris Burr in the Mustang will advance to round number 2. He ran at 12:21 on a 12:15. Chris Burr in the Mustang moves on. All right, our next pair here is Garrett Gerwing from Saskatoon. He's driving the 2010 Dodge Charger in the left-hand lane, dialed to 13:37. His opponent is Chase Strand. That's a 2001 Ford Mustang. Would like to thank Capital Caps. It's a 4.6 liter 2-valve on that one, an 1181 dial for the Mustang. So Garrett in the Charger will get about a 1.5 head start here. And we will see the Mustang will have some work to do at the top end. Garrett trying to hold him in that back hip pocket. And it's going to be Garrett Gerwing moving on. 13:55 at 13:37. All right, in our left-hand lane, we've got Evan Stephenson. That's a 1978 Dodge Aspen, dialed in at No, we're going to wait for the down time there. There it is, 12:28. And in the right-hand lane is Stephen Roski out of Cupar. That's a 1984 Mustang. That's one of those Fox bodies. That's a 1430 dial. So he will get the head start in the Mustang. The Aspen will have to wait. And we're calling Junior Dragster to staging lanes 1 and 2, please. Junior Dragster to staging lanes 1 and 2. All right, next up it's Owen DeJarlis out of Regina. That's a 76 Chevy Vega. He's sponsored by Dynacrane, Meterman Incorporated, Link Trailer, and Deck Pros Performance. Jay Steele is in the right-hand lane in the Blazer. He'd like to thank Superior Diesel, RWH Transmission, Outcast Racing, and Performance Plus, and shout out to Hugh. Unfortunately, the shout out will not work. Jay Steele turned on the red light, so Owen DeJarlis will advance to the next round of Sportsmen. That's Owen DeJarlis moving on a 12:13 on a 12:02 dial. And we've got one of our two-wheeled warriors coming up next. He's got a bye-run in Sportsman. This is Brendan Doherty out of Aberdeen. That's a 2024 Harley Lowrider ST. He's dialed himself an 1170. He's going to test that number, see if that's going to hold true for the next round. And the motorcycle runs on 1171 on 1170. Advances to the next round with a solid number. All right, here we go, folks. This is a pickup truck battle. We've got Cole Sametz in the left-hand lane from Nacum. That's an 88 Dodge Dakota, dialed in 1319. And in the right-hand lane, that's Matt Hendry out of Dundurn. That's a 1992 Dodge D150. He'd like to thank Henry's Motorsports. He's dialed an 1860. It's an 1860, so it is a 5.5 second head start for Matt Hendry because of the speed difference there. This is a headhunter race, and Cole, oh man, that is tough. It is so tough the way Cole turns on the red light. Matt Hendry will advance to round number 2 of Sportsman because Cole, unfortunately, turned on that red light. Matt Hendry runs an 1893 on an 18. All right, in our left-hand lane is Darren Shimko from Saskatoon in the 1978 Chevrolet Nova. He'd like to thank Reed Automotive, dialed in 1241. Glenn Wright from Vanscoy is in the 2023 Kia EV6. He'd like to thank SaskEV.ca, Proquito LLP, Law Firm, Suncaster Solar, Rock Paper Sun Solar, and Turn in the Tide Bookstore. And the win light goes on for Darren Shimko in the 78 Chevrolet Nova. He will advance to round number 2. Margin of victory not very large, 006. So Darren Shimko moves on to round number 2 in our Sportsman division. All right, Junior Dragster to 1 and 2, please. Junior Dragster to 1 and 2. All right, this is Alex Fowre out of Dundurn. It's a 77 Chevrolet Camaro. He's got licenser on the back there, so it's going to be a licensing pass. We'll see if it's a full pull. Had a bit of issues with some gear oil earlier tonight. Hopefully they've got that resolved. All right, we'll see how this licensing pass goes here. Something came off the back there. Something came off the back of the car.
Right in the left lane, just at the end of the concrete. Did you see it, Taylor?
And something has come off of that car, so we're going to have to shut it down for a few moments here and check it out, what's going on.
Yeah, you should have told me. I wouldn't have ran to the golf cart.
We'll see what's happened this time here. Junior dragster to station lanes 1 and 2, please. Junior dragster to station lanes 1 and 2. All right, we are moving on into our junior street division here. This is what we affectionately know as our co-pilot class. You got to have a parent or legal guardian in the vehicle with you. You got kids 15 to 16 driving these ones, and these are 8th mile shots, so they'll look like a half-track pass. After that, though, everything else is the same. Dial-in times, reaction times, all the same factors that we're looking for in our quarter mile, but we're just doing 8th. So our first pair in Junior Street. Nikita Blanchard in the left-hand lane. That's a 2012 Toyota Tacoma dialed in 11 seconds. And in the right-hand lane is Kaiden Farr out of Saskatoon. That's a 2015 Cadillac Escalade dialed in at 10:34 for his half-mile shot. Man, it's like seeing the variety of vehicles in our Junior Street division. Tacoma versus Escalade. And we're calling Pro to staging lanes 5 and 6 for the second round of eliminations. Pro to staging lanes 5 and 6. Corey Stinson, you need to proceed back to your wife's car. I think you have her keys, if I heard correctly. Corey Stinson, please proceed back to your wife's car. She needs you. And we'll leave it at that. All right, moving on. In the left-hand lane is Dominic Isaac out of Southeast Saskatchewan. That's a 2021 Dodge Ram 3500 dually. Dialed in at 1085. Somebody should be sending these to Ram. In the right-hand lane, it's Carmen Blanchard out of Bradwell in the 2019 Ram Sport. Unfortunately, Carmen has turned on the red light, so Dominic Isaac in the dually is going to move on to the next round. He's fogging for mosquitoes with the diesel there. Dominic Isaac ran a 1090 on a 1085. He will advance. Carmen Blanchard, unfortunately, ran a red light on that one. Alrighty, here we go, folks. In the left-hand lane, it's Tatiana Liss from Aberdeen. That's a 1999 Chevrolet Camaro SS. That's my car of choice in Gran Turismo. She's dialed in at a 1041. And in the right-hand lane, it's Laura Pitka from Saskatoon. That's a 1995 Chrysler Intrepid, dialed in at 1177. So the Intrepid will get a second and a third head start, and it'll be up to the Camaro to chase it down to the 8th mile. And the Camaro turns on the red light. Laura Pitka in the Intrepid will advance to round number 2 of Junior Street. And we are calling pro to staging lanes 5 and 6 for your second round of eliminations. That is pro to staging lanes 5 and 6. And again, our Junior Street division should be blowing up. Dodge Ram's social media accounts. They're all over the place in our Junior Street division here tonight. In our left-hand lane, it is Darian Isaac out of Southie. That's a 2020 Dodge Ram 2500. Dialed in at 1041 for the Junior Street division. And in the right-hand lane, it's Lucas Guyman from Viceroy. That's a 1994 Ram 2500. Dialed 1043. The 1043 will leave a little bit earlier than the 1014 here, but it should be a good race all the same. It's a clean start, and they're racing to the 8th here. The 2020's got a bit of work to do. The 94 trying to hold him in the back pocket. It is closing in. No, it's going to be Lucas Guyman in the 1994 Ram 2500. Running a 1057 on a 1043. He will advance to the next round. Darian Isaac, unfortunately, broke out by 0.007 seconds. That's a bit of a heartbreaker on the breakout on that case. Lucas Guyman, however, advances to round number 2 of Junior Street. We're calling pro to station lanes 5 and 6 for the second round of eliminations. We're calling pro to station lanes 5 and 6. We get pro to station lanes 5 and 6, please. Pro to station lanes 5 and 6, please. Next class up is our junior dragster division. This is the future is now of drag racing out there. They've been absolute troopers today as well. It's been a long day in and out of those cars and in the fire suits and the helmet and everything. They are absolutely killing it. And, of course, their family doing a lot of the work is for them as well. It's good to see this junior dragster division running here again. Here we got kids around 7, 8. They can be up to 16 or 17, I believe, for their junior dragster division. And they're running small 4-stroke engines. They've been tuned up for do a bit of racing. And we're calling pro to 5 and 6, please. Pro to 5 and 6. And we're just getting the top end ready for our juniors there. Got to open up a gate, make sure they've got some adult supervision at the top end to help guide them off the track. Worked top end a little bit last year, and it was always a joy to work with the junior dragsters coming down the track. It's interesting. It's very interesting standing in the middle of the track watching a car drive at you. I know they're only going to go to half track, but still, it's quite the experience. All right. Our first pair is a pair of siblings. Now, siblings don't like to give anything to each other at the best of times. And on a drag strip, you definitely don't want your brother or your sister to beat you. That's not fun. All right, left-hand lane. It's Thomas Jacek Flamin, Turbo Tom. He's dialed in at 1190. And in the right-hand lane, it's his sister, Leah Jacek Flamin. She has dialed in at a 1213. This one is for family bragging rights. Super Pro, we need you in 5 and 6, please. Or sorry, Pro in 5 and 6. Pro 5 and 6. All right, Thomas is staged. Leah is staged. Pretty even start there. The lights were coming down pretty close together. About 0.2 of a second difference. And at the 8th mile, the winner's gonna be, it's gonna be Leah Jacek Flamin. She puts her brother on the trailer. She's gonna be happy about that, I'm sure. She ran a 12:25 on a 12:13. So it's Leah Jacek Flamin moving on into the finals of Junior Dragster. And her opponent is going to be Victoria Desjardins. She's got a bye run into the finals here. She's dialed a 1376. Going to check that dial-in number. And that's Ed Desjardins help guiding her in. Just adjusting something on the engine there, giving that last word of encouragement, and turning the car over to Victoria for her bye run into the finals. And those ambers are going to start coming down. Hey, if you're going to do a red light, do it on a bye run. Get a feel for where that reaction time needs to sit. Victoria Desjardins will move on to the next round, though. And she ran a 1389 on a 1376, so her team will have some thinking about the number to do. Pro, we are looking for you in 5 and 6 for your second round of eliminations, please. That is Pro to staging lanes 5 and 6, please. Can we get all SIR staff back to their positions, please? That's all SIR staff back to their positions. We're getting ready to go with a second round of eliminations in our pro division here. So we need all SIR staff back to their positions. We're going to call Super Pro to staging lanes 3 and 4. That is first call for Super Pro to staging lanes 3 and 4. And we are going with our second round of eliminations here in our Pro category. We have gone from 30 cars down to 15. Boy, can you tell it's been a long day? We've gone from 30 cars to 15, so we've got 7 pairs and a single coming at you in our Pro division. This is the second round of eliminations. And this is going to be a good matchup here, folks, in our first set. We've got Tyson Daranoski in the 99 Chevrolet S10. And in the right-hand lane, that's Keith DeJarlis from Regina. That's a 1967 Pontiac Beaumont. The pickup truck is dialed at 1090. Keith DeJarlis is dialed at 1161. Be about a 7/10 second head start for Keith DeJarlis on this one. Dial-in time is very close. It will come down to reaction time and how close to the dial they run. Tyson Daranoski is not going to be happy with that. He turned on the red light, but only just a 005 red for Tyson. He is done for the night. Keith DeJarlis, however, will advance to the next round. Ran an 1156 on 1161. He broke out, but because his opponent red light, he moves on. Keith DeJarlis moves on to round number 3 in our Pro class. All right. We talked about sibling rivalry a little bit earlier in our junior dragster division. But, boy, when it's between husband and wife. Calling Super Pro to 3 and 4. Super Pro to 3 and 4, please, for your second round of eliminations. That is Super Pro to 3 and 4. All right, we've got Glenn Hendry in the left-hand lane, and that's his wife Anita in the right-hand lane. They're both running Plymouth Barracudas. 73 in the left-hand lane, 68 in the right, 1054 to a 1086. Husband and wife, we're going to find out who's sleeping on the couch tonight. Oh, this is going to be a close one. They're not giving anything to the other. And it's going to be Glenn Hendry moving on. 1054 on a 1054. Anita right there. Anita with a 1087 on a 1086. Margin of victory, though. 0.0034 seconds for Glenn Hendry. Next pair in Pro, it's Mike Alexander in the 64 Plymouth Belvedere. Dialed in at a 1020. Jake Fiesel from Regina in the 87 Chevrolet Camaros, dialed at 1061. 0.4 of a second difference on this one. And we're calling Super Pro to 3 and 4. Super Pro to 3 and 4, please. And it's going to be Mike Alexander moving on. At 1025 on a 1020. Jake Fiesel, however, broke out ever so slightly, so the win goes to Mike Alexander. He moves on to round 3. Super Pro to 3 and 4, please. Super Pro to staging lanes 3 and 4. All right, coming up next, it's Jansen Atten from the 1982 Chevrolet Camaro. He's dialed 1050. Greg Amore from Regina in a 2013 Mustang Cobra Jet is dialed 968. The Camaro will leave first, about 9/10 of a second difference. And if we can get Super Pro to 3 and 4, please. Super Pro to 3 and 4. And we've got a drag race on our hands, folks. Camaro versus Mustang. Top end. Camaro. Jansen Atten moves on. 1053 on a 1050. He advances to round number 3. Margin of victory 0.008. There have been some really close races so far in second round of Pro. All right, next up, Chase Strand into 2001 Ford Mustang. Would like to thank Capital Cabs and Fast and Friendly Service. 1181. Ryan Appleby into 68 Dodge Charger. Down to 983 and has to wait. Appleby yanks the front wheels at the hit of the throttle. And out the back door. Ryan Appleby advances to round number 3. Next up, Heller Bennett versus Walter Furnetz. Heller is dialed in 1117. Walter is dialed at 1098. Not much of a gap on this one. And the gap at the start was just the blink of an eye. And out the back door, this one is going to Heller Bennett. Ran 1120 on the line. All right, next up is Brandon Bennett. That's a 1984 Ford Mustang 934. Dial in time. Dave Fuzzy Kerr out of Regina in the 62 Plymouth Fury. Dialed in 1183. He's going to have a 2.5 second head start on this one. This one will be pretty easy to see on the ambers here as we go down. Start, that's really hard to do when you gotta wait that long, but he pulled it off. And at the top end, it was Brandon Bennett. We're calling testing to staging lanes 1 and 2, please. That is testers to staging lanes 1 and 2. And we are calling sportsmen to staging lanes 5 and 6, please. That is testers to 1 and 2, sportsmen to 5 and 6. And Mark Bennett on the by run here. Runs a 939. Didn't have a dial-in time, so I can't tell you how he did on that. But moving right on into Super Pro eliminations. Again, this is the fastest classes contested here at SIR on a regular basis. It's our Super Pro class. We are calling testers to 1 and 2, sportsmen to 5 and 6, please. Sportsmen to 5 and 6. All right, in our Super Pro division, we started with 20 cars. We are down to 10. That's 5 pairs. And again, we're going to eliminate half of them right away. So in the left-hand lane, it's Rich Harder from Saskatoon. He's dialed in a 786. Sean Lachaume is in the right-hand lane, in the 67 Chevy 2. He's dialed in a 966. The dragster is going to have to wait almost 2 whole seconds before giving chase. And the wind light's going to come on for Rich Harder because Sean Lachaume went red, but it's a heartbreaking red. It's a 0007 red. It's so close to perfect, but on the wrong side. Rich Harder in the dragster moves on to round number 3 in Super Pro. And moving right along in Super Pro, it's Richard Skopik in the left-hand lane, dialed in 828. Jack Appleby in the door car, that's a 72 Dodge Dart, is dialed in 938. The door car will leave first, got a 2nd and a 10th head start. Again, all else being equal, these cars should cross the finish line at the same time, but we know from reaction time and how close you run to the dial, that may not be the case. It's a clean start. And through the traps, this one goes to Richard Skopik. He ran an 8:31 on an 8:28. He'll be pretty happy with that. I think the rail car advances on to round number 3. All right, in our left-hand lane, that's Bob Fiesel. He's dialed a 915 in the dragster. Fred Schwab in the 1975 AMC Hornet has dialed an 1139. That's 2 seconds and a 10th that the door car will leave on the dragster. Of course, at the top end is where it will be decided. Fred Schwab is fully staged, made of weight, and will leave first. It's a clean start. We'll see if the strategy pays off. He went in a little late to the lights, but at the end it's only going to matter which wind light comes on, and he will turn on the wind light. Fred Schwab will advance to round number 3 in our Super Pro division in the AMC Hornet. The AMC Hornet advances in our Super Pro division. In our left-hand lane, we've got Scott Yaremko dialed in at an 839 in his Acadian Conso from 1967. He's hailing from Chaplin. And out of Osler, Saskatchewan, that's Mark Dick. That's a 1967 Ford Falcon dialed in. Sportsman to 5 and 6, please. Sportsman to 5 and 6, please. Sportsman 5 and 6. And out the back door, this one's going to go to Mark Dick. He had a double 04 reaction time on the tree. That was going to be hard to beat, and he ran a 903 on a 9. That reaction time, 0.004 seconds. Believe it or not, ladies and gentlemen. And that moves Mark Dick into round number 3. We're looking for Sportsman in 5 and 6, please. Sportsman in 5 and 6. In the left-hand lane in the dragster is Taryn McBain. Dialed in at a 799. Pretty comparable dial-in times because Rick Brown out of Indian Head in the 06 Corvette is dialed a 787. That's a blink and you miss it type of difference. Rail car, door car. And it's a really even start. This one will be decided at the top. And it's Rick Brown in the Corvette moving on to the next round. That's a 787 on a 787. Taryn McBain ran a 798 on a 799 and broke out. So Rick Brown from Indian Head in the Corvette moves on to round number 3 in our Super Pro class. All right, we are calling street legal to 3 and 4, please. That is street legal to 3 and 4. And we're into our testing class here. Ryan Magnus from Unity is in the 2010 Chevrolet Camaro called Misty. And in the right-hand lane is Kelvin Mon from Regina in an 83 Ford Mustang. Camaro jumped the gun with the red light there. Runs an 1105 at 129. Mustang follows through at a 1283 at 108. Street legal to 3 and 4, please. Street legal to staging lanes 3 and 4. All right, in our left-hand lane on a bye run in testing, this is Val Belcher from Unity. This is a 2022 Ford Mustang Mach 1. Getting in some solid hits today in that beast of a vehicle. And runs an 1116 at 125. All right, we got a bye run and test in here. Giving it a shot here, see what we can see. We're looking for street legal in staging lanes 3 and 4, please. Street legal in staging lanes 3 and 4. And that's a 1064 at 127 miles an hour there. Again, we're looking for street legal to 3 and 4, please. Street legal to 3 and 4. All right, we're moving on to our sportsman division. We've got 11 cars left in sportsman. Again, we're going to chop that in half, roughly. It'll be a bye run. And street legal, we've got an even 16, so it'll be 8 pairs. So that'll eliminate down rather nicely. And it'll be Chris Burr from Warman in the Fox Body Mustang with the bye run into the next round of sportsmen. Dialed in at 12:15, did the burnout, so then he's purging the nitrous, so he's going to find out if that number makes sense. Testing the tree a little bit there. And going to save it, I think, at the top end. Yeah. Backed out quite a bit, down to 1484 at 63. Saving it for the next round. This is quite a matchup here, folks. We've got Thorin Taylor from Melfort in the 1978 Chevrolet Malibu, dialed in at 1240. And in the right-hand lane, it's one of my favorite vehicles that's been out here this year. This is James Frayne from Weyburn, Saskatchewan. That's a 1961 Ford Econoline. Dialed to 1326, so it will get the head start. Oh, the Econoline, though, did jump the red light. So, Thorn Taylor from Melford in the Malibu moves on to the next round in Sportsman. That's Thorn Taylor moving on because James Frayne red lit. Now, it would be hard to find two more different vehicles in a pair here. So in the left-hand lane, it's Matt Hendry. That's a 1992 Dodge D150, dialed 1870. In the right-hand lane, it's Brendan Doherty from Aberdeen on the 2024 Harley. He's dialed 1175. It will be a 7-second head start for Matt Hendry. Brendan will have to wait what seems like an eternity. The motorcycle's going to have to do work to catch that truck. Let's see what happens. Oh, that gap is disappearing. Where will it be at the top end? Oh, no. It's the bike broke out. 1877 for Matt Hendry carries on to victory. The motorcycle broke out again in Sportsman and Street Legal and bracket racing in general. Ultimate speed is not always what is needed. It is ultimate consistency, which turns on wind lights, and Matt Hendry did so on that pass. All right, left-hand lane, Chuck Ackister from Moose Jaw, 1971 Dodge D100. Right-hand lane, reigning champion Chantel Hendry in a 1970 Plymouth Duster. And it's going to be Chuck Ackister upsetting the champion, who will move on. Chuck Ackister moves on to the next round in Sportsman. All right, in the left-hand lane is Evan Stephenson. That's a 1978 Dodge Aspen, dialed in at 1229. In the right-hand lane, in the modern Dodge Charger, that's Garrett Gerwing, 1343 on the dial. Garrett will get the head start by a second and a bit. And unfortunately, Garrett turned on the red light, so the wind light comes on for Evan Stephenson immediately. Evan still might try and test his dial-in number just to make sure it's going to stick. All right, can we get Junior Street to 5 and 6, Junior Street to 5 and 6, and the Junior Dragster Final, the staging lanes 1 and 2, please. Junior Dragster Final, the staging lanes 1 and 2. Owen DeJarlis in the Vegas taking on Darren Shimko in the Nova. And at the back door, this one goes to Owen DeJarlis, a 12-17 on a 12-10. He advances to the next round. Junior Street, the staging lanes 5 and 6, please. Junior Street to 5 and 6, and the Junior Dragster Final to 1 and 2, please. All right, we've got a battle of the Mopars here. We've got Ryan Martins from Indian Head. You saw this car earlier making that specialty pass. It is going to be the star of the TV show Copper Hill Road. And he is facing Sarah Stinson from far, far away in the 2012 Dodge Challenger. Ryan Martin's dialed in 18 even. Sarah Stinson's dialed 1438. So Ryan Martin's in the Challenger will have a 3 and some second head start. Challenger versus Charger, 60s versus the 2010s. Who will advance to the next round in our street legal division? Charger breaks out, runs a 17:42 on an 18. Sarah Stinson runs a 14:55 on a 14:38. Sarah Stinson in the Challenger advances to round number 2 of Street Legal. Next up is Chad Novak in the 2000 Ford Mustang, dialed 1494. Rachel Roski from Sally's in the 2016 Jeep Grand Cherokee. Again, I really enjoy our Street Legal division because you get to see all kinds of things. You got the convertible Mustang and you got the SUV in the right-hand lane, and both can hang together here. All right, off they go. Quite the matchup between the Cherokee and the Mustang. And in this case, this one, it's going to go to the Mustang. A 1511 on a 1494. Jeep ran a 1664 on a 1661. So Chad Novak in the Mustang advances to the next round of Street Legal. Up next is Maya DeJarlis from Regina in the 2011 GMC Sierra 1500, dialed in 1686. And in the right-hand lane, it's Sullivan Groff from Dundurn. He was a graduate of our junior street program. He's driving a 1983 Chevrolet C10. Last year he was running 8th mile. This year he's running the full quarter. Maya will get a 3-second and a 10th head start. And it's a clean start for both of them here. We'll see which one of these GM pickup trucks moves on to the next round of Street Legal. And it's going to be Sullivan Groff moving on a 1388 on a 1377. A reaction time of 008 though. That was going to be tough to beat. Next up is Jordan Flanzer from Ceylon, Saskatchewan. It was a 2003 Ford Mustang, dialed in at 1080. In the right-hand lane, in the Tesla, is Roy Wright. This is 2023 dual motor, dialed in 1235. The Tesla will leave first. Mustang red lit. Actually, they both red lit, but the Mustang red lit worse, so the win goes to Roy Wright in the Tesla. The Mustang's night is over. Roy Wright in the Tesla moves on to the second round of Street Legal. We have an even 16 cars in our Street Legal division, so it eliminates down really nicely. We can run it in 4 rounds tonight. Next up, oh, sorry, I missed one there. Nate Gross is going to advance a 1537 on a 1530 in the Dodge Ram 2500. He will move on. Next up, it's Marco Assetto. It's Marco Assetto in the 2021 Ford Explorer, dialed in 1390. Walter Furnetz is in the 08 Corvette, dialed in at 1103. Walter will have to wait 2 seconds before he can go. And it's a clean start here. Marco Assetto in the Explorer is going to try and hold off the top-end charge of the Corvette. Will not do it, though. Walter Furness runs an 11:28 on an 11:03 and advances. Marco Assetto ran a 14:34 on a 13:90. The license plate on the police vehicle here says, "I catch you." This is Roger Isaac from Salvi. That's a 2012 Dodge Charger, and this is the co-star of Copper Hill Road. You saw that yellow Charger running earlier. Well, guess what? Old Smokey here has got himself a 2012 Dodge Charger, dialed in 1510. His opponent in the 2010 Camaro is Taylor Jasic from Saskatchewan, dialed in a 1381. Roger Isaac will lead first, followed by Taylor in the Camaro. And let's see if those wind lights will come on for the police car, or if the Camaro's going to get it done. No, wind light comes on for the police car. Camaro broke out. So Roger Isaac, might as well flip those lights on and let everyone know you're moving on. There we go. Fantastic. The cherries and berries come on because the sheriff is moving on to the next round of street legal. And now I know who's listening to their radio while they're racing here as well.
You got 3 pair and then junior.
And this is the final pair in this round of street legal. It's Evan Stephenson from Saskatoon. That's a 1978 Dodge Aspen. He's dialed in at 1228. Matt Hendry from Dundurn in the 92 D150 is dialed in at an 1877. That is a... We are calling pro to 3 and 4. That is pro to 3 and 4 for your next round of eliminations. And Matt Hendry Redlit, 007 red on the tree. Evan Stephenson will advance to the next round of street legal. Very close to perfect, but on the wrong side of red. Evan Stephenson in the Aspens, moving on to round number 2 of street legal, 1229 on a 1228. And we're calling pro to 3 and 4, please. Pro to 3 and 4. Next up, it's our junior street semifinals. We're down to the final 4 in that category. Again, this is an 1/8 mile shot. Both drivers have to have a parent or guardian in the vehicle with them. You can be 15 or 16 years old. We've got a heavyweight matchup here, folks. We've got a 2015 Cadillac Escalade, and that is Kaiden Farr, dialed in 1050. Dominic Isaac in the Ram 3500 dually, dialed at 1085. The dually will have a slight starting line head start, and it'll be up to the Escalade to close that gap. Again, this is an 1/8 mile shot, so it's going out to half track. And it's a clean start for both vehicles, Escalade versus 3500. And out to the 1/8 mile, this one is going to go to the Escalade. Kaiden Farr, a 1051 on a 1050. Beats a 1085 on a 1085. That one decided by reaction time. Kaiden Farr, with the better reaction time, advances to the Junior Street Finals. And who will join Kaiden in the Junior Street Finals? Well, it will either be Lucas Guyman from Viceroy, Saskatchewan in the 1994 Dodge Ram 2500, or it's going to be Laura Pitka from Saskatoon in the 1995 Chrysler Intrepid. The Rams dialed in at 1043. Intrepid's dialed in at 1188. Just a little bit more than a second head start for the Intrepid, and it's going to be Laura Pitka moving on into the finals. Lucas Guyman redlit. It is Laura Pitka moving on in the Intrepid to the Junior Street Final. And we're just going to get our top end set up for our junior dragster competitors here. We got a gate to open. Got to put our adult supervision in place for them at the top end. They look locked in. They looked in, ready to go. Strapped down into those junior dragsters here. Should be a good matchup. Junior dragsters contested pretty tightly here. And we're looking for pro in 3 and 4, please. Pro to 3 and 4. All right, it's said that girls just want to have fun, but I also think girls just want to win. This one's going to be contested. It's an all-female final. In our left-hand lane, it's Leah Jasic-Flamin. She's dialed a 12-11 for her junior dragster. And her opponent is Victoria Desjardins. She's dialed a 1376 on hers. Girl power coming to the line. We're looking for pro in 3 and 4, please. Pro in 3 and 4. Junior dragster final getting squared away here. The last little bit of instructions given to our drivers before they unleash on this 8th mile shot. Leah Jasic-Flamin in the left-hand lane. Victoria Desjardins in the right. Everybody's staged up. And it's a clean start. Let's see how this one plays out at the top end. It's going to be close, folks. And at the top, Victoria Desjardins pulls off the win, a 1380 on a 1376. Her reaction time, 0.02 on that pass. Victoria Desjardins has picked up the win in our junior dragster final. And we're looking for pro in 3 and 4, please. Pro in 3 and 4 for round number 3. We want to thank all of our fans here again today, sticking out with us. Of course, a huge thanks to our staff. Some of them have been here since 6 o'clock, 6:30 this morning. That rainstorm really set us back, so we got to thank them for being out here. And again, give a hand to our junior dragster finalists. Putting on a heck of a show, and it's Victoria Desjarlais picking up the win in the orange junior dragster. Congratulations, Victoria. I know you're going to be super excited. You can always come up and talk to me and tell me how excited you are if you want as well. And Pro is nearly loaded. We're missing just one car from our Pro division here. And then we will carry on. We're calling Super Pro to 5 and 6, please. That is Super Pro to 5 and 6 for your next round of eliminations. Super Pro to 5 and 6, please. And we are good moving in to round number 3 of our Pro Division. Super Pro, we are calling you to 5 and 6. The Pro Division is 4 pairs and ready to go. All right, here we go. First pair coming to the water box for the burnouts. In our left-hand lane, it is Glenn Hendry in the 1973 Plymouth Barracuda, dialed in at a 10:54. And in the right-hand lane, it's Heller Bennett, dialed in 11:17. Can we get testers to 1 and 2, please? Testers to 1 and 2. Super Pro to 5 and 6. Super Pro 5 and 6. Testers 1 and 2, please. Heller Bennett's been on a tear today. She's run consistently on her dial. And she will advance. Glenn Hendry turns on the red light. Heller Bennett will move on to the next round in Pro. She's moving on to the final 4. Oh, she's broken out. but Heller Bennett advances to the semifinals. Next up is Brandon Bennett. That's a 1984 Ford Mustang. Dialed in at a 932. Ryan Appleby is in the big black Dodge Charger. He's dialed in at 983. This will be a blink and you miss it head start. Ryan Appleby's known to rip the front wheels off the track when he gets on the gas. And he did so on that one. And through the traps, this one goes to Ryan Appleby, a 984 on a 983. In our third pair of pro, this is Mike Alexander, the 1964 Plymouth Belvedere, dialed in 1018. And in the right-hand lane from Emerald Park, it's Mark Bennett. That's dialed in at a 937. He's driving a 1971 Plymouth Duster. A pair of Plymouths, figuring out whose Plymouth rocks more. And this one's going to be settled at the quarter-mile stripe. Going to be Mark Bennett, 939 on a 937. Mark Bennett advances into the semifinals. We're looking for Super Pro in 5 and 6. Super Pro in 5 and 6. Testers 1 and 2. Super Pro 5 and 6. Testers 1 and 2. All right, our final pair in the pro class for this round is Jansen Atten in the left-hand lane, dialed in a 1052 in his 1982 Camaro. Keith DeJarlis from Regina's dialed in 1154 in the 67 Pontiac Beaumont. It's a clean start. DeJarlis versus Atten, Chevrolet versus Pontiac. Camaro versus Beaumont. At the top end, it's Camaro. Jansen Atten advances to the semifinals. 1053 on a 1052 for Jansen Atten. He advances to the semifinals. Super Pro 5 and 6, please. Super Pro for your round of eliminations, please. Testers 1 and 2. Testers 1 and 2. Can we get Sportsman to 3 and 4, please? Sportsman to 3 and 4. Super Pro 5 and 6. Super Pro 5 and 6. Final call for Super Pro. Final call for Super Pro to 5 and 6. Testers to 1 and 2. Sportsman to 3 and 4. All right, Super Pro moving on into the next round of eliminations here. We got drag car and door car again. Dragster versus door car, rather. All right, the dragster is Richard Skopik from Regina, 827. Provincial Vodka and Sewer and Pollen Mechanical are his sponsors. Dialed in, gnarly 827. His opponent is Mark Dick in the 1967 Ford Falcon. 895 dialed in for the door car. It's a blink and you miss it kind of difference here. We will see. The dragster versus door cars have been a fierce competition tonight. We're looking for testers to 1 and 2, sportsmen to 3 and 4, please. And it's a clean start. Door car versus dragster. Oh man. And it's going to be dragster 827 with a 1 on an 827. Doesn't get any better than that. He is moving on to the next round. That's Richard Skopik in the dragster. Moving on to the next round in our Super Pro division. We are looking for sportsmen in 3 and 4, please. Sportsmen in 3 and 4. All right, we are calling the next round of street legal to 5 and 6, please. Next round of street legal to 5 and 6. That's street legal to 5 and 6, please. Next pair up in Super Pro, Fred Schwab and Rick Brown. All right, it's Fred Schwab from the RM of Dundurn in the left-hand lane. He's rocking out in a 1975 AMC Hornet, dialed in 1139. Rick Brown, dialed in at a 785 in the 06 Chevrolet Corvette. He was there and then backed a little bit down the starting area. All right, here we go. Pre-stage lights on for both. Everybody staged up. It's a long light that Rick Brown's going to have to wait. It's a clean start. Corvette's going to hunt the Hornet at the top end and out the back. Yeah, the Corvette gets her done. 786 on a 785. Margin of victory 003. Rick Brown from Indian Head in the Corvette moves on to the next round. And Rich Harder's got the bye in this round of Super Pro. This is our last Super Pro competitor. He's dialed a 786. With the burnout, I'm going to suggest he's going to go and see if that number's going to stick for the next round. When you have the bye, you can, what we call, stage it and save it. However, with the burnout, I'm suspecting he is going to go for it. Going to make sure that number is going to work for him in the next round. He knows he's going in. Rich Harder runs a 786 with a 1 on a 786 dial-in time. That doesn't get any better than that. Final call for street legal to 5 and 6. Final call for street legal to 5 and 6. Junior street final to 3 and 4, please. Junior street final to 3 and 4. Evan Stephenson's in a 1978 Dodge Aspen, dialed in at a 1227. Chuck Ackister from Moose Jaws, dialed in at a 1276 in the 1971 Dodge D100. Got car versus pickup truck here, and a blink and you miss it difference. And Evan Stephenson red lights ever so slightly, 006 red. Chuck Ackister from Moose Jaw moves on to the next round. In Sportsman, Chuck Ackister has advanced on the 1277 and 1276. Next up, it's Owen DeJarlis out of Regina in the 1976 Chevrolet Vega, dialed in at a 1210. The right-hand lane, Chris Burr from Warman, the 88 Ford Mustang Fox body. 1210 to a 1219. You'll just barely see this on the tree. Nitrous purge for the Mustang, making sure it's got a fresh shot, ready to rock. Oh, big red light for the Mustang. Owen DeJarlis advances to the next round. Owen DeJarlis is moving on. Tested the number there. Saw that wind light probably come on pretty early, so he knew. Chris Burr, though, went red, and his night is done. Next up, it's Thorin Taylor from Melfort, 1978 Chevrolet Malibu, dialed in at a 1240. His opponent, Matt Hendry from Dundurn. He's dialed that D150 in at 1860. So this will be a 4.2 second, no, sorry, 6.2 second head start. Oh my goodness, can you tell it's getting late in the day? I can't do math anymore. It's a headhunter race. Let's go with that. Matt Hendry is going to leave first. Thorne will have to wait a very long time and then try and chase him down before he runs out of real estate at the top end of the quarter mile. It's a clean start, at least. Nobody gave it to the other on the red light, so here we go. Thorne is trying to make it work with the Malibu. Hendry's trying to hold him off at the top. And this one will go to Matt Hendry, 1862 on an 1860. The Malibu ran a 1257 on a 1240, did not get there. Matt Hendry advances to the next round of Sportsman. Junior Street Final to 3 and 4, please. Junior Street Final to 3 and 4. Alrighty, moving on into our street legal division. This is Chad Novak in the 2000 Ford Mustang dialed in at 1494. Sarah Stinson from far, far away in the Dodge Challenger dialed at 1444. Sarah Stinson's going to advance. Chad Novak turns on the red light. We'll see if Sarah Stinson's going to run the number just to make sure it's going to stick for the next round. 1439 on a 1444. Sarah Stinson advances. Next up is Sullivan Groff from Dundurn in the 1983 Chevrolet C10, dialed in a 1377. Walter Furnetz from Bigger in the 08 Corvette, dialed in 1103. Sullivan Groff in the pickup truck will have a 2 and some second header start on Walter. Let's see how this one plays out. The Corvette's got some work to do to catch up. And through the traps, this one goes to Walter Furnetz, 1126 on 1103. All right, next pair. It's Nate Gross from Southie in the 2020 Dodge Ram 2500. Roy Wright from Vanscoy's in the Tesla with the 1235. And it's going to be Roy Wright advancing. Nate turned on the red light. So his night is done. Roy Wright will advance in the Tesla to the next round. All right, last pair up. Evan Stephenson in the left-hand lane, 1978 Dodge Aspen, dialed 1226. Roger Isaac from Southie's, dialed a 1510. You have nearly a 3-second head start. Again, we're looking forward to seeing Copper Hill Road featuring that car. They said they were out doing a lot of filming this week. Oh my. Who's going to turn on the wind light on this one, folks? It's going to be Evan Stephenson at 12:30 on a 12:26, but listen to the reaction time. Quadruple 4-0. That's quadruple zeros for Evan Stephenson on the reaction time. It literally does not get any better than that. Evan Stephenson advances to the next round of Street Legal with a quadruple 0 reaction time. Next up, it's our Junior Street Finals. And in our finals, left-hand lane, Kaiden Farr from Saskatoon is in the 2015 Cadillac Escalade, dialed in at a 1050. In the right-hand lane, in the 1995 Chrysler Intrepid, that's Laura Pitka. She's dialed in at 1179. She will have about 1 2/10 of a head start. This one is for all the marbles. This is our Junior Street Final. Everybody's staged up. We've got a clean start on our hands. This is a race to the 8th. Intrepid versus Escalade. Who's going to get there? And it's going to be de-escalate, a 1066 on a 1050. Kaiden Farr, you are the winner of the Junior Street Division tonight. Congratulations. I hope you get a chance to celebrate tonight. That's Kaiden Farr picking up the W in our Junior Street Division. All right, we're back to testers here. Mustang in the left-hand lane, Mustang in the right-hand lane. No dial-in times for testing, so it's being virtually heads up. And Mustang in the left-hand lane runs an 1105 at 131. Fox Body Mustang in the right-hand lane runs a 1370 at 108. To staging lanes 3 and 4. Pro to staging lanes 3 and 4, please. That is Pro. We are calling you to staging lanes 3 and 4. We are calling Pro to 3 and 4 for the next round of eliminations. That is Pro to staging lanes 3 and 4, please. I'm calling pro to staging lanes 3 and 4, please. We are calling pro to staging lanes 3 and 4. We're looking for pro in staging lanes 3 and 4, please. Pro to staging lanes 3 and 4. We're calling pro to staging lanes 3 and 4, please. Pro to staging lanes 3 and 4. We are calling Super Pro to staging lanes 5 and 6, please. That is Super Pro to staging lanes 5 and 6, please. Pro to 3 and 4, Super Pro to 5 and 6.